Hello, and we are live. Welcome, everyone. This is Saturday, June 10th. This is my third live stream from the Mikey underscore Sue's 4 channel. I am Mikey, also known as Comic Book Guy for today only, because we are discussing the wonderful universes out there, which would include the MCU or Marvel Cinematic Universe, the DCEU, which is the DC Expanded Universe, and then we also have Dark Horse Comics, which would include Hellboy, Aliens, Predator, Star Wars, and others. Now, as we're bringing it to you this live, we are also had just initiated a poll, which is on my community section on my channel. If you go there after this stream, or anytime during the stream if you want, you can go ahead and vote in that poll. I have MCU, DCEU, Dark Horse Comics as the first three choices, and then the fourth one is the others, like Carlton Comics and so forth. So if you feel like you're more into those other ones other than the first three, please mark a vote there. Now, after that poll, the poll will continue regardless. They'll keep going. But in 2 weeks, I hope to come back and give you guys quick results on it and let you know what we should go ahead and discuss in the future, specifically on one franchise, and see where we can go from there. And we're looking at the first two responses this morning. One from my wonderful wife, who says that love the photo, she is adorable. So we just found out that my photo is actually Deja Vu and not Moonpie, but that's okay. Deja Vu is beautiful. They're both beautiful. They're beautiful cats. So my lovely wife Suzanne posted that comment, and thank you, my love. Mwah, I love you. I also have the chat, or I should say the StreamYard link, set here and favorited. So if you'd like to join the panel today and discuss about these wonderful comic book universes that are out there, please do. Come on in. I'd love to hear your comments. I'd love to hear your suggestions and your input. That would be much appreciated. We also have Lemon Pie is in the audience today. Thank you, Lemon Pie, for coming. Hi to yourself. Good to see you, my friend. And I'm sure we'll start to get more people in here. So I hope so pretty soon. I really won't go into my synopsis yet until I do get a couple of the panelists. There are a few people I know that wanted to become a part of the panel today. One of them was Daniel's Hot Topics. The other one was Captain Fandom Nerd. But after those two gentlemen come in, anyone else who wants to join us in the panel, please do so. I know I have a very limited space because unlike some that like to pay for StreamYard, I don't pay for it. No, because I live on a fixed budget, so I really can't do that. But I can put up to, I believe, 6 or 7 people in this panel. So whoever would like to join, that would be much appreciated. And so today, like I said, we're going to be discussing mostly the three main that I've been affiliated with myself. But like I said, you guys probably have other comic book companies and so forth that you've read from, and you can mention those in the comments if you'd like. Or like I said, if you'd like to come join our panel, please do so. If if I got the room. LDG, Free the Net. Hello, buddy. How are you? Thanks for allowing me in your open panel earlier. That was wonderful. We haven't really started yet, LDG, so you can put your submission into the panel if you'd like. It's right there. I've pinned it at the top or near the top of my wife's comment. And yeah, more the merrier. That's what I always say. Yep, we're also, like I said, so we're going to cover Marvel, DC, Dark Horse, others if you guys, like I said, have suggestions. And I've got the synopsis here. This is just little bits of information I wrote down from, did a little research so I know at least what I'm talking about, because there's a lot of stuff that just, my brain is like a warehouse. It's insane. And yes, Lemon Pie, thank you. Hello, LDG. Okay, so I think we're caught up on the chat for now. So, yeah, there we go. So we are caught up. Okay. So, well, I guess we can go into a little bit. Marvel started in 1939. DC Comics started in 1937. And Dark Horse Comics started in February of 1986. So that just shows you a huge disparity between, well, not a very huge one between DC and Marvel, of course. They're the mainstays. But Dark Horse being the, that large, like this, disparity. And we are hoping to go at least 2.5, I hope at the most 3 hours. I'll probably just try to go at least up to 3 and maybe not too much after that. I don't want to go too far. The last time I did, I went like 4 hours and I was like, I was exhausted. It was so bad. No, the stream itself was awesome because we were talking about uh, strange new captains. We were talking about the different, we were just briefly exploring the 12 different series that bear the Star Trek name. But I admitted to people that I had only seen like 6 of those 12, and maybe parts of others, and I really couldn't say either way how good or bad they were. But I did appreciate that Daniel and Fandom Nerd and they were in there to help me and give me some insight on like the other series. So that was awesome. I appreciated their input. And Sean Carter also, he said that earlier he had put a like in and left a comment. So thank you, Sean Carter, for doing that for me. Yes, it does help the algorithm, but I'm not all about that. What what I'm hoping for as a minor achievement is to get at least 100 subscribers. I am only 14. No, I'm 13 away. 13 away. So please, if you like this stream, if you like my channel, check out my playlist. I got lots of different things there. A lot of great songs, a lot of great documentaries, things like that. If you really do like the channel, please hit like this stream, hit subscribe, and then please tap on the notification bell so that you'll be notified of future streams that I plan to be doing in the next couple months. And it's worthwhile. They're wonderful, and I love open discussion. I really do. Okay, Lemon Pie. He is saying I'll be coming and going here and there, but will be alert as much as I can. Totally cool, Lemon. Now you're good. You're good for a lot of input, a lot of great comments, and of course being very polite and you're a wonderful person. You really are. So thank you. Also, or present rather, right? Past, present, future. You could go there. That wouldn't be too bad. Maybe further into the stream, we can put out Pop's fundraiser link. Yes, please. So I am going to post it in. I'm hoping. I'm not. I'm not anticipating Gorilla's probably coming. He might. I don't know. But if Resolute Germ does come, or if someone has the link with them, please put it in the chat there, and then that way we can also try to raise some money for Pop Culture Curator, who of course you all know his medical condition. He's not doing well right now, but he is trying to get through it, and we got prayers up for him. Jay Aldrich has 5 prayer groups going for him. My parents have already set up their Carmelites. They've got prayers going for him and his family, and we do too here, because my wife is a universal minister of the Universal Life Church. So we do have people that are also praying for him at this very moment. So we're hoping that Ron, that's his real first name, I won't say the rest, but Ron, we care. We love you, man, and you're a brother to me, and I hope and pray that you do get down there to be with Jedi Bill and Nina Green for their home there in Tucson, Arizona, and get yourself, uh, medically sound and clear, and then come back and do your streams. I love them. They're awesome. Okay, and he has the link, but not modded. Okay, let me see. Lemon, how am I supposed to? Okay, maybe you can help me. How can I mod you so you can put that in? How can I mod you? Please help me out. I was in the hospital for 2 days. Oh, Tanya Asved? Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. How'd you do, Tanya? And welcome to the chat, by the way. Welcome to the stream. You're new to me, but welcome. Let's see here. Okay. I'm trying not to do anything wrong here. Oh, me don't know. Ask a streamer. Okay. Shoot. You know what? I will get to you, Lemon Pie. I promise to get you, you know, in here. Yeah, that's what Lemon Pie said. We don't know. That's the streamer. I will. My divert, my div, my divertic. Oh, my diverticulitis flared up. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh, I bet LDG can tell me. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, LDG, if you want to come in here and let me know, and I can mod Lemon Pie for the stream, so he can post Pop's link, and then we'll get to our subject here pretty soon. So we'll let go for a couple minutes here while I wait for some more people to show. See, I'm always learning. That's the best part is I'm always learning this thing. And Lemon Pie says, "Hi Tanya, are you recovering?" Yeah, I hope she is. Diverticulitis is a very serious thing. I know some parts of it, but I'd rather not go into it because I know it's a personal. But yeah, it's not very. Yeah. So yes, I'm glad that you're recovering from that, Miss Tanya. That's good that you're okay, Tanya. Okay. Well, my question would have been to you. You've got it controlled, right? Got the medication, things like that. I assume that's what you have. Okay. Well, since we got a few people, as I just kind of briefly went over this, uh, the founder of Marvel was Martin Goodman. He originally had called it Timely Comics. That was known as Atlas Comics until it became the Marvel brand in 1961. And that's where the wonderful Stan Lee, Steve Ditko, Jack Kirby, and others put it together and kept it. Then, approximately 48 years later, in 2009, that's when Walt Disney Company bought out Marvel Entertainment, took over all their stuff. Hey, gorillas! Hey. Oh no, I'm not early. I did say 3:30. It is 3:30 Eastern time for me. Hi, gorillas, my brother. Yeah, hey, you're early. No, I started right at 3:30 Eastern. That's what I said. 2:30 Central and uh 1:30 Mountain Time and 12:30 Pacific Time. So I'm on time. Yeah, I'm on time right now. You can come in if you're allowed, if you want to. You're allowed to. Well, you know that. I give you free reign if you want to come in. It's 2:44 in real time. Oh, for you? Well, yeah, that's what. But I said I started at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. So that's right now. That's going on right now. Yeah. So I'm not early. Oh, Gorilla says, "Hey, Scurvy." Yeah, lemon. Right. Hey, Gorilla. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Hey, Gorilla. Lemon says. Gorilla says it's 2:44 in real time. Yes, it's 3:44 my 3:45 right now my time. So yeah, we're on time. Yeah, I said 3:30 is when I was going to start my time. Hey, Scurvy. Yeah. Gorillas. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, Gorilla says I know absolutely nothing about MCU or DCFU. Yeah, right. Okay. Well, you can actually come in here and express that. You know, if you did read any sort of comics in your youth, you can tell us about it too. We can all listen to that. That's cool. This is just an open discussion about these universes. That's you know, I love your input, dude. Seriously. He says Eastern time is not real time. Oh well, I'm sorry. What else do you want me to do? I'm going back to sleep. Okay, Tanya. Well, it was good to have you. I hope you can spend more time with us. That's very cool that you came today. Thank you. I appreciate that. Get a good night's or a good rest. What's a comic? Oh, gorillas. Oh, my brother, I love you so much. Oh man. What's a comic? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh yeah, gorillas. Can you tell me how to put his? I know you gave it to me in private chat. I don't know. No, I don't have it anymore because I just posted the StreamYard link here today, so I don't have Pop's. Uh, I'd like to put his and then highlight it and put it in the stream for today. So Gorillas can tell me how to so I can do that, or yeah, I want to mod Lemon so he can do it. I want to mod you too, Gorillas, so you guys can help me out on that. And Mickey, if you go to the YouTube side, right click a person's name and click and add mod. Okay, all right. Let me get to the YouTube side. Gotta go to my channel. Oh, we got 4 watching. That's awesome. Okay. Why is it? Okay, hold on. Oh, should it be managing or, or a standard? Okay, yeah, yeah. I've got lemon pie as a managing moderator. Okay, guys, so I've got lemon pie and gorillas both as managing moderators in my chat. So now they're going to post Pop's. One of them is going to post Pop's link. When you go there, donate what you can. If you can't, that's fine too. But prayers and support would be much appreciated, as well as donations if you can do them. I'm not saying you have to immediately. I'm just saying that we all support pop culture curator, and we want him to do well. We want him to continue doing streams with us because he's that important. I really we depend on him a lot. Okay. Yes, thank you, Gorillas. That was very helpful. I did find it, and then I added you and lemon pie. So yes, thank you. Yes, I did do that. And we've got a new person to our chat. Hello, new subscriber, Rexverse Entertainment Incorporated. Hello, Rexverse. Welcome to the chat today. Welcome to the stream. And thank you so much for subscribing to my channel. It helps a lot. It really does. I'm hoping for 100 subscribers. So if you know anyone else who'd be interested in viewing my playlist and my past streams, please do so. Share my channel to anyone if you want. I would love to have some more subscribers, at least to 100. I'll be happy if I do reach 100. That's perfectly fine with me. Rexverse says, universe of the DCEU stories, Man of Steel started the DCEU. Yes, that's true. As far as I was understood, Marvel was started basically by Spider-Man, and I believe Fantastic Four came later after that. But with the DCEU, it was definitely Superman. So yes, you're right. You're correct. Somebody could tell me what year that started with comic book number one? Was that like, I don't know, what year was that? 1940 something? I'm not sure. Lemon Pie says hello, Rexverse. And Rexverse says Batman versus Superman made Superman sacrifice himself for Lois as the key because he'd awakened the three mother boxes. Yes. And you know what? Some people have asked me, like, what was a better movie story? Was it Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice, or was it the Justice League? I'm going to come right out and say right offhand here that my wife and I really liked both. Um, I think that each movie brought out what the Justice League could become in the future and how it will be established uh, going forward. Will it compete with Marvel? Maybe. I don't know. There's only a few over the years. There's only been a few characters, superheroes or superheroines that I know that could compete with Marvel. But Marvel has a lot of heroes. Not just the Avengers. Like I said, but it has Fantastic Four. It's got the X-Men and others. So it's hard to say. It really is. Let's see. We got a lot of responses here. This is great. That's where ZSJL comes in. Yes, yes. And of course, way back when they had those animated the Super Friends. Those were great stuff too. And Lemon Pie's got a thumbs up. You're welcome, Lemon Pie. Thank you. And Gorilla says standard. Well, I wanted to give you the one above standard, Gorillas. I value our friendship that much. Besides, you were the one who had said that my nerd card was still burning. I'm like, okay, well, it's burnt, but it's not barbecued. Can we leave it at that? Uh, okay. On the other hand, the DC theatrical U has Justice League around, which is true. It does. And of course, Drex Verse also says that resulted in the Disney ending in Zack's Snyderverse. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you guys right up front, okay? When Walt Disney took over Marvel in 2009, I was not impressed and I was not happy. Okay, now, before you say anything, when I grew up as a kid, I watched Walt Disney. Right? I watched Mickey Mouse Club. I watched the live action stuff about nature. The Wonderful World of Disney. I watched all of that. I saw Milo and Otis. Son of the South. I've seen all of that stuff, and all of the animated stuff, like Sleeping Beauty and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and Fantasia, all of that stuff. But there was a time, okay? There was a time when Disney decided they wanted more. Okay, they're being like a selfish child, and like who can I compare it to? Oh yeah, Veruca Salt, who said, "I want more," from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. So, and then the reboot with Tim Burton. So, yeah, I was like, I want more. I want the world more. So that's what basically Disney said was they wanted to take over everything. Oh, it's just incredible what they've done, uh, and not in a good way in most ways. So yeah, and that's, I mean, that's how I feel. You guys might have different views on that, but I really do feel that way about Disney. Okay, and then Rexford says, but the Flash news is Ezra Miller is the Flash, ruins both the DCTU and the DCEU universes in the Flash 2023 movie. I have heard bits and pieces, I guess, Rexford, yeah, and the rest in the chat. I have heard bits and pieces about how Ezra is not helping the situation with the Flash. And is that the one, right, that they bring back Batman and they want to bring back Michael Keaton? Is that the one that they want to bring back Keaton as Batman? Which I really liked him as Batman. Don't get me wrong. I thought he was great Batman when he was back in the, started in '89 with Batman and then did Batman Returns, the second one. Then they got rid of him. I don't know why. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Lemon Pie. Please help Papa medical bills and living expenses until he gets back on his feet. Yes. Here, I will star you. There. I starred that for you. So yes, please help him out there in YouTube land, StreamYard land, if you can. This is great. I love reading chats. I bet everyone did saw Matt Pat fix the DCU on Film Theory. That's good. I'm glad. No, I'm glad he fixed it. But it still needs repairing. There's a lot of it's hard to say. There's a lot of damage on continuity. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. If they can fix it somehow, make it all, you know, gel together, so to speak, that would be helpful. Yeah, you got absolute power. Yes. Well, don't abuse it absolutely. I know you're kidding me, but yeah, please don't do that. Gorillas, you're just so awesome. Thanks. Thank you so much. You've been a big part of my start in streaming. The giant rod of managing monitor. It's a very tough job, but I'm sure you guys are good enough to handle it for me. I'm glad you're here for sure. I'm glad you guys are here to help me with that because LDG and some others were intimating that I would need moderators, and I said, well, yeah, I can start with this next stream I was going to do. I just I just had to figure out how to do it. Now that I do know how to do it, I'll make sure that I take care of that next time. Okay. This is fun. I like this. Lemon Pie says, rumor has it, if a managing mod attempts to time out another managing mod, a nuclear reaction occurs. Okay, guys, please, don't blow up everything. Okay, a nuclear holocaust. I don't need it. I don't need a nuclear holocaust. Please don't do that to me. I know, I'm kidding, but yeah. And Gorilla says, "Don't tempt me, scurvy." Okay. Rexford says, "Yeah, Ben Affleck and Mike Keaton's Batman." Okay. Yeah, Ben Affleck does a decent Batman. I agree, but I really like Mike Keaton's. I think Mike Keaton brings more charisma to it. That's to me. Now Ben Affleck does bring a lot more intelligence when he's Bruce Wayne. Or excuse me. Yeah, what am I saying? Yes, when he's Bruce Wayne, Ben Affleck brings a lot more intelligence, but did I go out? Oh boy, I went out there for a minute. Sorry about that. Up there. Sorry. Yeah, gorillas. Whoops. Sorry. Gorillas. I did. I pinned it to the. Well, it's not up at the top, but it's up there. I pinned it. Hold on. Go back here and make sure I pinned it. No, it's when I hit the X. Yeah, that should have pinned it. It should be pinned up there. Lemon Pie's got the link. It should be there. I did pin it, Lemon Pie. I put it in your comment where you posted it. I put in I put a star there. Do I need to pin it through YouTube? Is that what you're saying? A nuclear holocaust? I don't need it. Thanks for the quote, Lemon. But it's true. A nuclear holocaust is the worst possible scenario for most situations in the world today. That's all we need. We just have to throw a few missiles, and next thing you know, we're all uh, blots on a landscape. There'd be nothing left of us. Okay, right click the message, and it has option to pin message. Okay, hold on. On mine, it just says put user in timeout and ban a user, and I don't want to do that. So I think I have to go to the original. Hold on for just a sec. I'll go there real quick. How I do? YouTube moves so slow. Okay. There we go. We're just saving this real quick. Come on. Yes, okay. Thank you, Gorillas. Yes, I just pinned Lemon Pies. The message is pinned. It's right up at the top. It's all done. I got it. Thank you. It's right there at the top now. And I believe we're caught up on the chat now. Yes, right click the message as option to pin message. I did. It's right up there at the top now, my friend. Okay, Lemon Pie says I gotta go for 10, 15 minutes. Okay, Lemon. Be right back. Thank you. And Gorilla says thank you. You're welcome, buddy. You sure you can't come in for panel? I got wide open right now. I'm probably anticipating, like I said, Daniel's Hot Topics and Captain Fandom Nerd said they would try when they came by today to hopefully come in and join the panel. So you can join the panel too, Gorillas. Doesn't matter that you haven't read a comic. What is a comic? What, dude? I want you in here, please. Just for comic relief, if anything. That's all I'm asking. Okay, not a computer at moment. Okay. Well, let's see. When I started it, I started at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 your time. Okay, I'm hoping to go right up to 6 p.m. your time. That's your central time there in Minnesota. And that'll be about 7 p.m. my time here in Toronto, Eastern time. Yeah. So if you can make it anytime then, that's fine. Or if you want to chat here, that's fine too. If you can. I don't want to be taken away from your son or the Cub Scout thing or whatever you're doing today. Give me a bit cleaning storeroom looking for my fishing line. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here, at least. That you're in the chat. Thank you for being here. And we do have 3 people viewing our chat today. So thank you to the 3 of those wonderful persons that are watching us today. Okay, so we should be caught up at this point. I'll start it so there we go. Okay, so now after, like I said, so basically when I do get some of the panelists hopefully to come in here, I could talk more, the 3 of us or 4, or depending on how many we get in here in the panel. The StreamYard link is towards the top. It's next to my wife's lovely comment she made under Moon Pie and Deja Vu. That's her YouTube names there up there. So it is up there at the top if you want to. Right now, we have pinned at the top, and most importantly, Pop Culture Curators donation stream link. Donation link. If you get a chance, please give them all the love and support and prayers you can. But also, if you're able to financially help, even if it's a minute sum, it could be 50 cents, it could be 25 cents, it could even be a penny if you'd like. Whatever you feel like giving, just help him out because he's got lots of medical bills and he wants to move. He wants to move to Tucson, Arizona to be with a few friends of mine, Bill and Nina. Bill known as Jedi Bill 797. And they're going to put him up. They're going to help him. And then they're going to try to get him to the University of Arizona. They have a wonderful hospital down there. They're going to try to get him there and try to help him out. So please, if anyone can leave whatever donations are possible or any help, please do that for my friend Pop. He's a wonderful man. Okay, so we mentioned all the founders of each of those 3 comics, Marvel, DC, and Dark Horse. I'll give you my quick reviews on who my favorite characters are from each. Starting with Marvel. I think to me in Marvel, it always has to start. Some people will say, now I'm going to say right up hand, some people will say that it was, Tony Stark as Iron Man when he premiered his movie in 2008. A lot of people will say he's the one that started most everything. But if you think about comic books and you think about movies and TV, it really did start with Spider-Man. And Spider-Man, which was a great creation by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. And when it started out, a lot of people were intrigued by a boy who got, bit by a radioactive spider and then acquires powers of strength, climbing walls, and then he's smart enough. I mean, he's like a scientist. He is a scientist in his own way, and he was able to create web shooters and things from his body and whatever, and was able to modify it over time. I enjoyed the comic books. I got to read a few of the Spider-Man series and so forth. And so when I hear Marvel, I associate myself with Spider-Man. I do. I start with Spider-Man. Spider-Man did have a 70s TV show. The actor who played him was Nicholas Hammond. Most people don't like that show. I liked it. I mean, I thought that for that day, for the 70s, for that day, the special effects were cool. And I don't know. I thought Nicholas Hammond fit the suit well. I thought he did pretty well. But that was the first real take my glasses off here for a minute since I don't have to read too much. Um, yeah, he didn't have to deal with too much in the 70s. There was some modern crime and stuff like that. There were a few characters came out. The King was one. That there was the Electro, and of course uh, the what was it? Green Goblin, and then of course Octopus. Um, Doc Ock. That was the other one. So you saw those in the comics, and then of course a few other villains as well. But my first real association when it came to the movies, of course, was Tobey Maguire, and he did 3 Spider-Man movies. And then after Tobey, you had Andrew Garfield who came in. He did 2 movies of his own, uh, which also premiered Stone as well. The gal from Arizona, she became Gwen Stacy in those two with Andrew Garfield, and then we had after that we had the Tom Holland who then took it over, and Tom Holland basically became the Avengers Spider-Man. So, and I like Tom Holland. So if it came down to my favorite superhero, like I said, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero from Marvel. Uh, I would say that I would start if I had to go in chronological. Well, my top 4 in this case. So number 1 for me would be Tobey Maguire. I think he brought a lot to the Spider-Man franchise. It's too bad that he only got to do 3 because I wish he had continued on. But then they did bring him back for one of Tom Holland's, so that was nice. Number 2 would then be Tom Holland with his Avengers Spider-Man, and then number 3 for me would be Nicholas Hammond with his TV series. Number 4 would be Andrew Garfield. I'm I don't know. Andrew Garfield didn't bring a lot to the Spider-Man franchise, and in my opinion, it just I don't know. Was it his acting? Was it the writers? Was it the you know? I don't know. Uh, let's see. Let's see here. Hot topics. We Lemon Pie and Gorillas made sure we put in Pop Culture Curator's link for the for his donation to help him out with his medical bills and his moving cost. I really hope Eric Bana and his Hulk and maybe his Earth will be in Secret Wars. Yes, yeah, I was just about to say that Eric Bana is my favorite Hulk. He really is. Yeah, he's my favorite Hulk. No link. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. There, I posted the StreamYard link. It's right below Gorilla's comment. And here it is again. I'll show it. That's my StreamYard link. So you guys are welcome to come in and we can start a panel. This is open. This is open to the universes. You guys have your own opinions. I'd love to hear it. And there's my favorite gorilla.
Yeah,
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Got
Oh,
better.
good.
Go fishing there, but I gotta find some. Trying to figure out where the hell I put my 20-pound stealth braided line. I found every. I'm finding all the 6 and 8 pound ones, but I want my stealth line.
Okay. Should I go to my avatar because I feel like I'm bringing you guys down on my stream. There's
Well,
Daniel.
unless you want to see my man boobs there, which you might get struck on YouTube there because they're bigger than some women's. I'm gonna keep my avatar on.
I don't know. Daniel, do you want to see his man boobs?
Uh,
Probably not. Oh, he's a funny guy. Well, everyone, welcome to the stream. Be a gorilla, Gorilla's Random Thoughts, and one of my best buddies also in the world, who I also consider a brother, Daniel's Hot Topics. Welcome to the stream and the panel, gentlemen.
yeah.
Don't worry about being late. We have only like we still have like 3 people viewing us in the chat.
Yeah,
So
because I was watching Deadpool and I thought to myself, I'm gonna watch a little bit of Deadpool and then I'm gonna get off and I'm gonna catch the stream, but I'm like 40 minutes late and like
Daniel, don't worry about it, man. It's cool.
mm-hmm.
I didn't really discuss a lot of stuff because I was hoping to get you guys in here, so you could help me out, and because I love having panelists on. I don't pay. I Like I said, I don't pay Streamyard because otherwise, if I do, well, yeah, I can probably get 10 people in here, but I'm happy with 6, or 7 or whatever the case may be, for myself. It's all good. Let's see.
Oh, yesterday was the 30th anniversary of Jurassic Park.
Yes, you reminded me of that. Thank you. Yes, I own the entire. We own. Sorry, Suzanne and we own the entire Jurassic Park franchise. So yeah, we do have it, including Dominion, the last one they made. So yeah, we own them all. There we go.
Yeah, it's like nobody's talking about it online though. It's just so sad.
Well, I got to watch it when I was like, I got bored. The original 3 Jurassic Parks were good, but once you got the Jurassic World, you could tell someone else made it.
It didn't seem the same. Is that what you're saying, Gorilla? Yeah.
Didn't seem it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It's a definitive fact.
Right. Okay. You can definitely correct me on that. I won't stop you. Yes, but I have to be fair to say that Jurassic World Dominion, the last one they did, I thought it was still good. Well, when we went to see it, we went saw it in theater, obviously, but when we went to see it in theater, it was like it seemed like it did give closure, because then you got to realize, okay, you got dinosaurs roaming the earth, they're back, and they're all over the place, and there's nothing more you can do about it till they die out, or till the military decides to, you know, kill them all or whatever happens. But they're a
Yeah,
fact of life. They were accepted, so they're there.
yeah, but
Yeah.
with the new Jurassic World, oh, the T Rex ain't scary enough. So let's genetically engineer a more powerful one that has heat vision, and it's a
Indo,
lot
right? The Indo
bigger,
Rex.
longer
Yeah.
claws, and tougher skin, and all that. Else we need to do is put a damn rocket launcher on its damn back. Then we send it off to the Middle East.
Oh sure. Oh
That's
sure.
all. So in order to defeat this new monster, we got to team up with the old monster there to defeat this new monster that escaped. Because we
Oh,
didn't learn our fucking lesson for the first time.
of course. Daniel, what's your view on when they did Jurassic World after they did the first 3 park ones?
I thought that Jurassic World was a reboot. It didn't seem to have any connection to the first one except that little ember thing with the fly stuck in it.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, oh, it's a reboot. And if it's a reboot, I'm not going to watch it because I love the first 3 one. The first 3 was so great. I loved I remember watching Jurassic Park back in 1993. I was 6 years old at the time, and I loved it. It was the best movie, one of the best movies ever.
Yeah,
I just
because you were
loved.
all struck by the huge. The first time when the what is the name of the actor again? The one that says the welcome to Jurassic Park.
Yeah, yeah.
Attenborough. That's it, Richard Attenborough. When
Hammond.
Well,
he's
it must not be that good if you can't remember his name.
no, I remember Sir Richard Attenborough when he says welcome to Jurassic Park. That's who it was. Yeah, I just that I was blown away myself. Well, at the time, unfortunately, I was married to my first ex-wife, and we went to see it in theater. And I was just sitting there in the chair and was just blown away. And I was like, "Wow!" It's like Spielberg, just like brought back these dinosaurs, and I knew that Stan Winston had something to do with it immediately because I could identify like when he brings out creatures and stuff. But I was just so blown away by the special effects and the way they were able to make the dinosaurs real, like they could walk and and roar, like the T Rex and the casting I thought was great. I mean, you had Sam Neill, you had Jeff Goldblum, uh, you know, great stuff. And I know I'm forgetting someone. I'm forgetting the girl.
Yeah, I like Laura Dern.
Damn
Laura
it!
Dern was
I'm
nice.
forgetting the girl. The one that.
Yeah, she was
Thank
in
you, Laura
Star
Dern.
Wars.
Yes,
Yeah, she was in Star
I
Wars
thought she
Episode
was.
8.
Yeah, yeah. Laura Dern is good. Yeah, she was good in it. And I think the kids that when they grew up, eventually, well, I know the girl did. I don't know about the boy, but the girl, Hammond's grandchildren, the
The
actress that
boy grew
plays the
the boy grew up and he overdosed on heroin. You didn't know that?
oh, he did,
But
the
No,
is
actor.
I'm
he
just
alive?
joking. I'm just joking.
Hey,
You
wait,
asked
wait,
like what did the kids do when they grew up?
Oh
wait a
no,
second.
no. Sorry, go
Is the
ahead,
guy
John.
alive? Is he alive?
Yeah, he's alive. I was joking.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
just
he
good.
didn't know what did with the he didn't know what the boy did, so I just threw something in there.
Just a construct. Yeah, no, I hope he's alive. Yeah, shoot. Uh,
I love it when I can make a joke like that, and everybody just believes me.
yeah, they all freak out. It's like, whoa, really? Wow,
Well,
I
of
thought he was
course
alive.
that's a believable that's a believable story.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I can ask you guys this, and whoever else is watching us today in the chat. We got like three more. We had five. I don't know. We just lost two, but that's okay. Uh, so you know what? I'll start with you, Gorilla. Since I know you said you didn't really read comics. Is that true?
I've never owned it. I only own two comics that I got them like
Oh, God bless
three
you.
months ago.
Yeah.
For
What was the name of the comic book,
I
or
don't know. There's
who?
some Star Trek ones.
Oh, Star Trek. Cool. Was that Dark Horse that maybe did Star Trek, or was it another company that did Star Trek? Because I
Yeah, I
know
don't know.
Paramount does Star Trek, movies and stuff, but that's their intellectual property.
I'd have to go
See,
dig them out.
okay, well, so Star Trek. So you had like Star Trek comics. Okay, that's
No,
cool.
I only had like these are my first comics I've
Okay,
ever
cool.
gotten.
That's cool. Yeah. Well, that's cool. No, that's great. One of the first one of the first comics. I wanted to quickly mention Dark Horse because I know we've been mentioning Marvel and DC so far. Um, One of the first Dark Horse comics I really enjoyed was the Star Wars comics because they did make them dark. I mean, you could watch the Star Wars movies, well, with an exception of a few later, but but I won't go into that right now. But later in the stream, maybe in a future one I will. But anyway, I started to read some of the Dark Horse versions they were putting out there. like Endor and things like that. And I thought that was really cool. And they did make it dark. They made it a lot darker than the movies would give or be allowed to show. Again, that comes to writing, directing, whoever was out there at the time and put those movies out. I mean, when you think of Star Wars, you always think of the first three, or in this case, four, five, and six. And then after that, you get into a really hot debate about, oh, we're one, two, three great, or we're seven, eight, nine great. No, yes, no, yes. It goes back and forth. So, Daniel, what was your first exposure to comic, or what comic book did you read your first time?
Well, I don't know. I got a bunch of comics actually in the '90s, and yeah, they were mostly X-Men comics, and I read them, and but actually, yeah, so I liked them.
But what would you consider your favorite? If you had to pick one, what would you think would be your favorite?
Well, the X-Men comics weren't really interesting. I like the Spider-Man comics though. I remember going to the beach one time and going to the drugstore, the local drugstore at the beach, and I got myself some amazing Spider-Man comics. And in one of them, uh,
Yeah,
Spider-Man and what's his name, Blade, went to fight Morbius. Yeah, and I love that
yeah,
because Spider-Man
yeah. You were
never
telling me, yeah.
Spider-Man never fights vampires.
Not to my knowledge, unless there was
No,
something I missed. Yeah, no. Unless there was something I missed, I don't think he. No, I don't think he fits daywalkers fights daywalkers like that.
Oh, would you
But
want poison
speaking,
blood?
what's that?
what?
Well, would you want poison blood?
Uh, no.
That's why you never fought a vampire.
Good point. Good point, gorillas. Good point. What I was about to say to Daniel's response on that was when it came to Spider-Man comics, that was like I said, that was one of the first ones I started reading. And you had the guy, the common criminals. You had Green Goblin, Doc Ock, Doctor Octopus. You had Electro. Which by the way, Jamie Foxx, if you're out there, don't play Electro again. Please don't play that role again. Ah, God.
But you don't think
Woo!
Fox is good as Electro? I thought he was cool.
I I honestly, Daniel, I think there's somebody else that could play it. And like I said, I've always said on my streams, I'm never racist. It's just that when I look at the actor and I see him and play it, whatever, whether he's a black man or white man, uh, I go by the performance. I just go by the overall performance, and to me, Jamie Foxx just doesn't. I don't know, but hey, you're entitled to your opinion, Daniel, and I appreciate you telling me that. And I probably could pick out maybe one or two good things that Fox did for the role, but maybe not other things. I don't know. That's just how I am about that.
So
But
my oh,
go ahead,
sorry. No.
Gorillas. No,
Well,
let's
my
go ahead.
problem is when you got your well-established character, then all of a sudden they got to change them up to pander to a certain group, to make the group feel better, so-called feel better, So basically, how's that not worse when you're taking old, used-up characters there that's already made most of their bulk of their money, then all of a sudden to go just get we'll change them to so this group can have them, instead of creating brand new, exciting characters.
Exactly. I think that Daniel,
Hmm?
maybe Fox is. Well, I might be slightly wrong. I think that Fox probably did a lot better than Garfield as Spider-Man because that's where he was introduced. Right, was in the
Yeah,
Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies.
yeah.
Uh,
Mhm.
yes. Oh, and who was that actress again? She came from Arizona. She used to the one Emma. That's it, Emma Stone. She was great as Gwen Stacy.
Yeah,
I
she
have
was
to
really
say,
nice.
she was awesome. Yeah, and she was a nice person. She was a nice lady in person. She used to do plays with my niece, and that's where she cut her teeth on plays and theater, Emma Stone. So, local, yeah, Emma Stone made good. Yeah, she was great as Gwen. I liked her attitude in those movies. Oh, okay. We still have three people. That's all right. Okay. So now, Gorillas, I'm assuming you've seen. We'll go back to you here for a second. So I've seen that you have seen a few of the Marvel movies or maybe DC movies. Is that true?
I've seen She-Hulk. That's about, and maybe like one Superman. I
One
never really got
Superman.
into
So
them.
what do you think of the?
I never really watched too many superhero movies.
Sure, but I mean, but what of the one Superman movie? What do you think?
There are
Like, what
some
was the?
scenes that were way too drawn out.
Okay,
It
which
was
one
really
was it?
long. It was like 3 hours long. I think the 80 version of Superman. It was
Oh,
really drawn out. You could tell that they're padding it for time. They wanted to make it a long movie.
okay. I was just trying to think of who you're thinking of. You might have been thinking was it called Superman Returns?
No, I think it's the first one.
Oh, the very first Superman.
The Superman 78.
Yeah,
Yeah,
was
it
it
might have been
78?
it.
Oh, okay, Christopher Reeve. No, I think that's a great story. But they had just recently remastered it, and I think they added like, didn't they, Daniel, like some extra minutes or something?
Okay, we did not need them flying around the city for 20 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, if you're going to make us sit there watch a fly around the city for 20 minutes, carrying the woman around the city, giving her a tour of the city for 20 minutes, please give us some upskirt shots. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
You know what? To be fair, okay, Margot Kidder is Lois Lane. All right, she's not a bad actress. I don't think she's a bad actress, but yeah, I think you're right. I think they could have just cut her, you know, uh, Superman suit flying her around, and then like some kind of song, I guess was playing or something while he's flying her in the air and everything, up in the skies there stuff.
Yeah, they could have easily cut that scene down
Could
by
yeah,
15 minutes or so or whatever.
I agree.
Or
I think they should have limited that a little bit. I mean, or whatever. What about you, Daniel? What
Yeah,
did you
that
see
scene
from
did
like what was
carry on a
your
little bit too
to you like?
long, with Superman carrying Lois all over the city, and yeah, it just kind
Yeah.
of was like chewing up time.
Yeah. Now imagine if Superman had got absolutely angry and he drops her in the middle of the city.
that you know that's the first time when he's in complete control. He's holding her and everything, and her
Of course.
safety is completely in his hands. Notice she didn't start picking a fight. Just saying. Just saying.
Gorillas, you've been a bad influence on me in those cases, and then now I'm starting to use that in my vernacular to say like, oh, whoops, oh, she slipped, oh, yikes. How am I going to explain this to Perry White when I come back to work? Oh, I was just flying her around the city, and oops, I just dropped Lois, and she went to her death. Oh, I'm sorry, so sorry.
Hey
I'll
man,
quit the Daily Planet right now.
she slipped. She slipped.
Slipped. That's so bad. Oh my gosh. Sorry,
Oh, too
Dan.
much, too much.
No. You know what? I'm sorry. It just
Actually, in the multiverse, anything that can happen does happen, so that more likely happened.
that's true. That could have happened. Yes.
Why she started
Well,
a fight? She accidentally slipped out of his arms.
Yeah, she slipped out of his arms and she fell, and oops, sorry, Perry. She gone.
Where do I pick up my check from the insurance company?
Eh,
oh
she's
my
dead.
god.
She's dead, Jim.
She's dead, Perry. Dead. Dead, Perry, dead. Yeah. Damn it. and I'm Superman. Go f yourself. Whatever. Uh, okay.
Now I do got a question though.
Go ahead.
Superman's supposed to be bulletproof, right?
He is.
Okay, so if he's supposed to be bulletproof and proof and all that, why does he duck when the gun's thrown at him?
Daniel, you want to answer that one for
He
me?
does. I never saw that. I just see that he just stands there.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
seen a joke about that. Someone was joking that he's bulletproof and that, but
Oh,
when someone threw a gun at him, he ducked.
and he ducked when they threw a gun at him. Oh well, no. I don't know why he would have done that. I mean, I would assume he'd stand right up to it and then just have the gun bounce off, or maybe turn into shattered glass or something. I don't know, or shattered butt. Just have the whole thing go wooden and just go, just the whole thing just shatter. Like going against a brick wall or something. Uh, yes, and by the way, chat, 3 people still watching. 4 people, thank you. Um, my favorite DC superhero is definitely Superman. He is the bomb. I I have to say, I was lucky enough when I was a kid. I got to watch the Adventures of Superman with George Reeves, in syndication and rerun. So I was very lucky to see that on Saturday mornings. I enjoyed that. Never got the Superman comic. I'm still looking for that Action Comics, like the #1 that's supposed to be so valuable. Somebody bought that recently. How much was it, Daniel? It was pretty recent. They bought it. They bought that
I'm
number
not
one
sure.
comic. I think it was like, wow. I think it was like, I want to say $10 million,
Three.
something like
I think
that.
it's three. I think the most
Let's see.
the first like the
Dun,
most
dun, dun, dun,
valuable
dun.
comic that was sold was 3 million.
3 million. Okay. Let's see. I can find it real quick. Superman. Whee! Okay. Yeah, Action Comics #1, and yeah, here it is. It says it's worth the copies, it says, can fetch $300,000 or more, and only 40 are considered unrestored, not modified from their original status in any way. But even in low grade, it says that $300,000 or more copies are what they're worth. And they printed 200,000, but only it would soon approach a million a month. But originally, the original that weren't even changed were 200,000 copies. So that's just some information from Google and Wikipedia. Uh, yeah, the one that's worth 3 million. That was a good call. Yeah, thank you, Gorilla. It says it topped Comic Connect's previous record of 3.25 million for an Action Comics #1 in 2021. In January 2022, the Action Comics #1 Rocket copy sold for $3.18 million at public auction. Then in September 2022, a collectibles company sold the same book for 3.4 million. So you were right, Gorillas. It was right around the 3 million mark. Is that amazing for one comic book? $3.4 million.
Hey, if I had
Dude,
three
man.
point $1 million to go fuck around with, I
Yeah.
guarantee you it won't be on a comic book.
I guarantee that I would buy my wife a nice house on an island somewhere and just stay there and retire with our kitty cats, just on a private
Hey,
island.
there's a nice cheap island down there in the Caribbean. There the previous owner got arrested and died, but you pretty sure you can pick that one up for real cheap.
For how much? What were they asking for that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what do they call it? The Loyola Island cost.
Yeah. Well, I'd probably
That's
pay for
Epstein
that.
Island.
Yes. Well, I'd probably pay for that as long as the house is there and it doesn't need much restoring. I would definitely think about getting someplace like that if I had that much money. What about you,
Yeah, but you
Daniel?
might you might find some hidden tapes you don't want to see.
Maybe. What about you, Daniel? If you had 3.4 million, would you buy that for a comic book?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. I guess. I mean, yeah, I'd probably sell the comic book and just just live off that money and I don't know what I'd do with it though. I got to think about it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's interesting. Oh, my wife says Lois sings "Fly Me to the Moon" and Superman leaves her there. Good one, good one, Suzanne. Good one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know that scene? You know that scene in Superman 4 when Nuclear Man grabs the girl from the
Yeah.
Daily Planet and flies her into space? Like how is she breathing? If that was real,
That
she'd
was my
explode.
question. Yes, that was on Superman 4: Quest for Peace, right? And that was
Yeah.
Nuclear Man. That was created by Lex Luthor. Gene
Yeah, from a
Hackman. He
deep
was a great
yeah.
Lex Luthor, by the way. Better than the one on Smallville on TV. I'm going to say that right now. Yeah, Gene Hackman. So, and that's also the one that had uh, what's his who played his son in that one? Do you remember his son in that
I
fourth
think it
one?
was the same guy who plays Lex Luthor in the Supergirl TV show.
Right. That's right. Okay. Hold on. I'm sure I can find this. Let's see. Superman 4. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there he is. John Cryer. Yeah,
Oh
John
yeah,
Cryer.
John Cryer was on the
That
tip of
he,
my tongue. Yeah.
yeah, he played. Yeah, he played his son in that. Yeah.
No, I think it was his
And he was a
nephew,
numbskull.
his nephew or something.
Nephew. Sorry, his nephew. You're right. Nephew. Well, he was still a numbskull.
Yeah, yeah,
Cool, Lex. Whoa. Hearing for it now, Superman. You know all that. Oh, come
yeah.
on.
But I loved
Please.
how Superman they showed his powers. Like he was a Silver Age Superman, right? Did you see what he did? He moved the moon. He pushed the moon in front of the sun to cut
He
Nuclear
did.
Man's power.
Yes.
And I'm like, what? I remember telling people this, like the Superman actually pushed the moon in front of the sun, and they're like, oh,
Yes.
that's stupid powerful.
Yeah, he pushes the moon out of alignment. So how does that not affect the Earth when he did it? It only
Exactly. I
has
mean,
to
there should have
affect
been tidal waves and
tidal waves, tsunami, you name it. Because most of your waters, right? Most of the waters on the Earth abide by what they call the moon tides. So if he's even slightly moving the moon, you would have had a tsunami in Japan or some major whirlpools in the Atlantic or some crazy thing going on, and none of that did because he was just moving it slightly to put Nuclear Man out of whack. And I agree with you. Why was Nuclear Man flying? The girl up there. Uh,
Hey,
what was that actress name? Oh,
I
I
don't
hate
know, but
myself.
hey, if all I had to do was move the moon a little bit to get laid there, who cares about the tsunamis?
That's what I did. Yeah, well, no. It was Mariel Hemingway. Yeah, she played Lacey Warfield. Warfield was the guy who was trying to take over the Daily Planet. Okay, so what Daniel said made a lot of sense. The fact that Nuclear Man took Lacey, put her up in space, is carrying her up into space to take her away, and I'm like, how in the heck is she breathing? She's in freaking space. She has no she has no spacesuit on. She has nothing on to protect her, and she's breathing in outer space. Come
That
on,
falls
that's
under the
not
power of
real.
quantum.
No, but that's not real, Gorilla. Come on, it wasn't realistic. That's why it didn't make as many box office bucks as everybody thought. They were like, there's problems here. Yeah. So Daniel, yeah, you made a good point. I was wondering the exact same thing, especially when I watched it in the movie theater. I was like, hello, put a spacesuit on this woman. I don't care how pretty she is. Put some spacesuit merchandise on her or something to make it believable. But no, yeah. I mean, it's the same. It's the same like when we were describing when Superman lifted up Lois and brought her into the stratosphere, and then flew her to the cold Arctic, his fortress of solitude. I'm like, how is she not freezing? How is she not like coming down with a severe flu or something?
Well,
You know,
where's she from originally?
Lois, she's
Yeah.
actually well, I think she was born in the city, wasn't she, in New York City,
I think so.
or
Okay, so it
which is
gets
supposed
pretty
to be
cold there. You can,
Metropolis?
hey,
Yeah,
the further north you've lived, the longer you live in the north, the further north you live, the more cold you can adapt to. Because I go outside when it's -20 here. Here I can go outside and just get outside for like 20 minutes and just t-shirt and pants.
t-shirt and pants. Yeah, I went out today in t-shirt and pants,
Well, this
shorts.
is summertime though.
Well, okay,
I'm
yeah,
talking about it
but
when it's like -20 out.
well, I've worn shorts. My wife and I both have worn shorts in wintertime. We got down to I think it was minus minus 10 degrees below, and I think it was, and I still walked out there in just full shorts and you know walked around a little bit. You can still do it, but it's just
Yeah.
you can't do it for a longer duration, like you said, probably about 20 minutes yourself. But everybody's different how they
Yeah.
handle cold.
It's
Yeah,
got
go ahead,
yeah.
Daniel. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Daniel. Say what you're gonna say.
Uh, yeah. So that movie, I watched it and yeah, I liked it, but I'm kind of happy it didn't get a sequel. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a good movie. I'm hearing that they were working on Superman 5 with Christopher Reeve,
Right.
but then Superman 4 didn't do very well. So they didn't do it. But I am kind of curious to see how that would have panned out because like okay like yeah, because yeah, I mean maybe we could have seen Christopher Reeve Superman cross over with Michael Keaton's Batman someday, but
Sure.
I don't know. I don't even know if they exist in the same universe.
Well, and to your point, there was that after Christopher Reeve was done with the franchise Superman Returns, that Brendan Ralph, Routh, I believe his last name was spelled. He only did that one, and it was supposed to cover the time period where he got rid of the criminals in Superman 2, and then it's supposed to connect with that. This was the 3, which of course had Richard Pryor and was a bunch of crap. Let's be honest. um, but anyway, but entertaining as far as special effects. That was cool. But yeah, but Brandon Ralph. I mean, I think that when he wanted to do Superman, I don't. I believe his heart was in the right place because he wanted to be like Christopher Reeve. But in the same vein, some people were saying, "But you're not Christopher Reeve," and Christopher Reeve brought a lot more pizzazz, more personality to Superman. You know, he was very highly talented, like his buddy Robin Williams. They both came from the same acting school, Juilliard and everything. Um, and they were taught by the best. Uh, so, in that vein, I was just like saying I'm saying to Brandon Ralph at that point, you know, Ralph, just you don't have it. You just don't have it. Now, the one criminal that played Lex was Kevin Spacey. Now, Kevin Spacey is a great actor, and he's very multi-talented, and he can play a lot of different things. I've seen him do villains, I've seen him do good guys, I've seen him do sidekicks, things like that, and he can pull that off. He's like Christopher Walken in that way because Walken's the same way. And I thought, okay, well, this is cool. So you got Spacey as Lex Luthor, I mean, come on, creating a kryptonite island that's that Superman couldn't even land on or stay on for long. That's pure genius. I I admired that in that movie, and Superman Returns. So, and we won't even talk about Lois because supposedly Superman did it with Lois, and they had a son. I was, and maybe that's Superboy later on in the future. But for now, I was at that time I was like, no, no, no. Why did you sleep with that? That don't make sense. Why did you do that? I mean, all you did was just put her in more danger, and then your son, and so that was my opinion on that. So, so guys, let's see.
So,
I
um,
was gonna say Hulk. Are we looking at Hulk now?
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So Daniel, go ahead and you talk about Hulk, and then Gorilla, you let me know if you've seen any of the Hulk TV stuff. That was my next recommendation. I hope you
yeah,
do the whole TV series, Gorilla. I would love to see reviews on that with Resolute.
absolutely. You know,
Yeah.
I remember the first. I remember when I was a kid, I heard about the Hulk TV series, right? And I heard about the death of the Incredible Hulk,
Yes, I
and I
own
was
that.
like, I've always wanted to see that.
Yeah, I
And
own
I'm
that.
like, wow, how can the Hulk die? The Hulk is the Hulk,
He
and
okay. I don't want to give too much away of it because we do own it. But the thing is, I think it was because of Banner being that half of the Hulk. Uh, he's just like a human being in that case. If he does something stupid, like in this case, I think he fell out of a helicopter or
yeah,
something
he
like
fell out.
that,
He fell out of a plane or a hell. I think it was a plane or
or a
yes,
plane or helicopter, right? Without giving away too much. But
yeah,
yeah,
because I remember that was the first DVD I ever bought. I remember in the early 2000s we got a DVD player for the first time, and
awesome.
the first DVD I ever bought was The Death of the Incredible Hulk because I was so curious
Yes.
to see how the Hulk died. And when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, okay." And but I'm like, "Well, wouldn't the Hulk regenerate?" You know, and
Well, I would think that his. Well, now remember, if he's at calm, if he's at peace, that's when the Hulk reverts back to Bruce or David Banner. In this case, he was David Banner in the series, so he would go back to David and be David Banner. So I guess in that way, uh, whenever he was, like I said, when he was calm at peace. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's why that was why he died. I don't know.
I guess some people said, "Oh, when he was like, yeah, he was like in the midst of transforming back into Banner, and that's why." But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's confusing, really. So
Yeah, it was very well. It was sad because I remember when he started out. When Bixby started it, and the only exposure I had to Bill Bixby was when he did My Favorite Martian with Ray Walston. That was my only experience, with him. So when he started doing this thing as David Banner, for the Hulk TV series, I thought, wow, this is different for him. But he actually pulled it off. I think he did. Uh, and Daniel, why do you feel horrible? It says I feel horrible.
yeah, because a lot of things happen to me, like a lot of things happen to me, like in like last year, at the end of last year, that it just really bothered me.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to humor you a little bit. Maybe you could say like I feel nutty. I feel crazy.
Hmm. Yeah,
That might work. I don't know. I think it'd be cool. But that's cool, even if you don't have a headline nickname or something. It's optional. That's why they say it's optional in StreamYard. I'm like, well, I like to tie it to the moment that I'm into the stream. So in this case, I call myself Comic Book Guy.
yeah.
But I'm in no way smarter than the one from The Simpsons who calls himself Comic Book Guy. So I'm sorry to whoever voiceover that guy in The Simpsons. I won't take your mantle anymore. This will be the only time I'm going to use it. Uh, so, and then of course Gorillas. He says it's MCU and DCFU. Okay. And of course, everyone is entitled to their opinion. So
So like,
there you go.
do you remember? Like, do you remember? Okay, do you remember? Okay, like the Eric Bana Hulk. Okay, I like that Hulk. That was my second exposure. That was my first exposure. My second exposure to the Hulk because I got the Death of the Incredible Hulk at a time when the Eric Bana's Hulk was coming out, so they were
Yeah.
celebrating. They were celebrating, and I went to Zellers. Do you remember Zellers?
Yeah, I remember Zellers. Yeah.
Yeah, Zellers. First it was Kmart in the early '90s, and then it was Zellers, and they both had that nice in-house restaurant that I
Yeah.
was always going to. I love the hamburgers. I love the curly fries, the hamburgers.
We
Oh my
still
god,
have
the
a Kmart.
great.
Yeah, we do still have a Kmart like that up here in the Toronto area. A
Oh,
couple
you
of them,
do?
right, hon? Yes,
You
we
do?
do.
Does it have
Yes.
the restaurant?
Yes, it has a little mini restaurant inside.
Oh, you're
You
so
can actually sit down
lucky.
and do stuff. Yes, I know.
Does it have the same menu?
Yeah, some of the same menu. I also know they offer popcorn. So they got like popcorn, hot dogs, you know,
Oh, so what?
tacos.
Oh,
Yeah.
in the Toronto area?
And the Toronto, yeah, and the GTA. Yeah.
Oh wow, that is so cool. I mean, if I knew where it was, I would love to go there. And
You should. Yeah. You should definitely look them up. Kmart. Yeah. Still exists. Still here.
Wait, Kmart's still around?
Oh yeah, up in Canada, Gorilla.
Fucking Canada.
I really want to go to that
now,
restaurant
now.
again.
Come on. There might be Canadians in the chat. Stop. Don't
Hey,
do
hey, oh,
I'm
that's
kidding.
just how us Americans always refer to Canada.
that.
Yeah,
I just remember South Park. I just remember South Park when they had the Against Canada song. They were going to bomb Canada, and Canada was going to what are they going to do? I don't know.
yeah.
They have to defend themselves somehow. Yeah, well,
Hey,
we're
tell you
sending
guys
bombs
stop
that
sending
way.
all your smoke down this way. Maybe once you guys stop sending smoke all your down way, we'll show a little bit more respect.
Yeah, but if
'cause
you
I don't know
enjoy
if
the
you-
smoke, if you enjoy a nice campfire, poor, what's his name?
I don't know. Bird
5
wasn't
people.
enjoying it the other day.
I love it.
Yeah, Bird wasn't enjoying
No,
it.
if it was what I said, our friend Brother Bird was in a bad way and didn't enjoy it. There was a few people that were on lockdown because of it, complete lockdown. Emerald Teague was in complete lockdown because he lives in Brooklyn, and so he and we were talking about a stream. We were on a stream together, just the two of us, for over 4 hours. And he says, "Oh, damn it!" It's just like I got to do this because I'm on lockdown. And here's some pictures, and you showed me time lapse photography over a 2 hour period of the smoke that reached New York City, and the entire place was covered in an orange haze. it was insane. It was like it was a dust storm going through the entire city, and you could barely see it. It was
Well,
it
I
was
told
nuts.
Bird there, I was like, I thought the smoke down here in Minnesota was bad. New York was like, hold my double shot vanilla soy latte.
Yeah, they couldn't let anybody out. Like I said, they put the whole entire city on a lockdown. No transit, nothing. There was nobody outside. I
Well,
was
they
like,
can't
wow.
keep people in their houses, but they can shut down city transportation
Oh, of course they can.
because that's putting your employees at risk, or that's putting the workers and stuff at risk. But they can't be like, oh, you can't stay in your home. They can only enforce that if you choose to let them
Thank you,
enforce
baby.
that.
Yeah, okay. My wife just added this. She said, "Fun fact on The Simpsons: his real name on the show is Jeff Albertson, commonly known as Comic Book Guy." Okay, Jeff, I'm not trying to steal your moniker there. Okay, if you're listening to any of this, I highly doubt it. But yeah, I'm not trying to do that. He's a very smart comedian too. So yeah, I have to give it up to him. Anyway, Jeff Albertson, thank you, honey. Yeah, my wife is very helpful. She's very intelligent. It's good to have a wife. I think I mentioned that before. Okay, so yeah, Eric Bana for me was my Hulk. And then, of course, after that, it was definitely Bixby and Lou Ferrigno that played it in the TV series. Then after that, Mark Ruffalo. Yeah, he's a funny guy. But you know, there's this behind the scenes. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but when they did the first Infinity War before Endgame, there's a behind the scenes where they're out, or I think it was just the original event. I'm sorry, it's the original Avengers. My brain is so scrambled today, so please forgive me, folks out there, and you guys in here. But yeah, in the original Avengers, there's a behind the scenes where Ruffalo comes up on his little motorcycle or little cycle, and he says, "Ah." He's supposed to see the big thing coming at him. He says, "Ah, I'm running," and he's going away as himself, and I swear everybody just kept laughing and laughing. It was just hilarious. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the
Hello.
stream, LDG.
Hey, Pickles.
Yo, Tim is right behind me. There we go.
Oh.
Timmy!
Timmy! Timmy!
Timmy!
So Pickles,
I can give you that clip if you want it. I got a copy of that.
Yeah, so did Birds there talk to you about not eating the crabs no more?
Go ahead. What's up, fellas? It's good to see you.
How's it going, guys? I was listening while we were streaming and heard you were requesting backup. We're here.
It's going wonderful. Thank you for joining us,
Awesome.
LDG and Tim.
Awesome. Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Hey, Daniels, Gorilla,
Yes.
Lemon.
What up?
Yep, Lemon was in the chat. I called Lemon Pie Man.
I call him Scurvy Preventer.
Yeah, she called Scurvy. Yeah. There's a pirate term for you. That's all right. He enjoys this. I know. He's a great patron. He's a great patron of our streams, and Lemon Pie, you are welcome always in any of our panels. If you get the gumption or the courage, come join us. We'd love to hear from you. You're a great guy. Okay, so what we were talking about, gentlemen, is we were Daniel and we were talking about Hulk, and I was just giving my top choices for Hulk. I thought that Eric Bana did a great Bruce Banner. And I think that his Hulk was just as wonderful. I love the TV series, of course, because Ferrigno and Bixby were a great duo, a great team. And of course, Mark Ruffalo is a funny. He's a funny comedian. He can play a great Hulk, a great Banner. And then of course he came up with the idea to make it a smart Hulk. And I think that Gorilla's talked about She-Hulk and how he encountered She-Hulk and dealt with her. And there's a really funny thing on YouTube about it's like 2 minutes or 3 minutes long where they both Hulks interact, and she's doing all these acrobatics and things, showing him up like he's doesn't know what he's doing, and he says, "Ay, geez," So, and then lastly, of course, Edward Norton. I did not like him as Banner or Hulk or anything. So I think he belongs there. I think he did a much better performance in Fight Club than he did as Hulk. So that's my
I actually thought the
opinion.
Norton.
But you guys, let me know. Go ahead.
That's just me.
And anybody can say anything if they want. Anything. Yeah.
Well, I actually preferred the Edward Norton Bruce Banner. That's just my opinion.
I see the circle of death on Tim.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I did actually.
You did? Oh, okay. Let me know why. I'm curious.
I think he.
Go ahead. Whoever wants to go.
Well, honestly, seeing as how it was pretty much his movie that what was it, the second MCU movie the Hulk was. The first it was Iron Man, then it was the Hulk.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
right.
I think he did Bruce Banner's pain, isolation very well, because that's what Bruce Banner is all about.
Okay.
And as far as the Hulk,
Oh, of
anybody
course.
can do the Hulk because the Hulk was 90% CGI, with a guy in a rubber suit underneath. But yeah,
Of course
I
it
felt
was.
the
Yes.
Edward Norton banner was quite good.
Of course it was.
Ruffalo though is, I don't know. He's all right. I'm not gonna say he's bad. He's not bad. He's all right. I didn't like Smart Hulk. I don't know if
Yeah,
I
he's
didn't.
all right.
I didn't really like the Smart Hulk thing. I didn't like the direction. I
Yeah, when
I
he
like
converted to
the
Smart Hulk,
conflict
yeah,
between the
in
two
his
entities.
close-ups, he had that makeup he put on. Yeah,
That made him interesting. Is the conflict between Hulk had its own personality and its own like mental essence. It's almost like a bipolar or a multiple personality syndrome was going on there, and I like that problem that Banner had to try and work out during a movie, when they just off screen combined him into Smart Hulk and said, okay, I got the brawn, I got the brains, I got everything straightened out. There was no like, we didn't get to see it. Maybe if I got to see it happen, it would be more
sure.
acceptable. I don't like it when they do
Yeah,
stuff off screen.
one of the performances. Yeah, one of the performances I think I did enjoy when Ruffalo first started. I think I really enjoyed the interaction between him and Black Widow when he's in that know village
Huh?
and they find him. And I think that Ruffalo did express in that point. I enjoyed that.
I can't
Daniel,
roboting.
you were saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
roboting.
Yeah, Dan. What? I'm roboting.
Yeah,
Oh,
you've been
am I? Oh,
phasing in and out.
oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh my god. Okay.
n-
Let me reset myself. So sorry.
well, no, on this
Hold
end.
on. Just a second.
Well, you're fine now, but it's just you got to be going in and out. If you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that better? I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. Okay.
No, you're fine.
Wonderful. Yeah, great. So yeah, Daniel, let me ask you. So, Eric Bana, sorry. You were saying now that was the one that had Jennifer Connelly in it, right?
Yeah, Jennifer Connelly. She was like the hottest Betty Ross, I think.
Okay.
Oh, it's Jennifer Connelly. Yes. More, please.
Yeah,
like-
more please. Yeah, she genuinely, for me, because I like the Banner character, I think that she interacted with Banner much better. I really did enjoy that. Of course, you got her, suicidal father, and then you got the guy. What was it? Yeah, Tim Roth, who played the villain. What was
Yeah,
his
but
name?
that was in the 2008 Incredible Hulk, But Tim Roth,
Right.
you know what they wanted? Actually, you know what they wanted to get the Abomination
Right.
as this, in the sequel to the 2003 Incredible Hulk. But
Sure.
I read that they were going to film it, but they were too late. They missed. They missed. Bye, LDG. Take care.
Oh yeah, LDG. I hope you can swing back, buddy. I hope it wasn't my
Where the fuck is he going?
I don't know. He said he had to drop out. I don't question where LDG
Him in
goes.
the last week, man.
Yeah, I don't question where he goes. That's up
So
to
it's
him,
like-
Tim. I'm just
I
glad
don't know,
you're
I
here
mean-
too.
Like, did you know? Yeah. Like, but they didn't film the sequel because they were late for some reason. Like, they missed a day they were supposed to film, so they didn't film it, which is weird.
Honestly, I still think the Incredible Hulk is a sequel to the Hulk.
I really, yeah, Tim. I really wish that was the case, and in fact, it was supposed to be a sequel to Hulk 2003, but.
I think headcanon it still could be. I mean, think about it.
Because at the
Hulk
beginning
ends in South America. The Incredible Hulk starts in South America.
Exactly.
I mean-
They were in the same place, so it could have been a sequel. But you know what, Mark Ruffalo, what he did,
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a sequel to 2003 Hulk, but Mark Ruffalo did rewrites to the script, making it a reboot.
No, of course.
Yeah,
Right.
Mark
It just
Ruffalo.
changed it.
No, not Mark.
Yeah.
Sorry, Edward Norton. That's right, Edward
Edward
Norton.
Norton changed it. Yes, he changed the flow, which
Yeah,
disappointed me
he's
because,
kind of a jerk,
I, yeah,
Yeah,
well, he was a jerk to Brad Pitt in Fight Club. You heard rumors about that, didn't you? They didn't
yeah,
get along in that movie.
yeah. I heard that.
So
But I just
it
don't.
doesn't
I just don't
surprise
get
me.
it.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Edward Norton would pull strings like that and say, "Oh, well, let's change this thing, and he's going to do this and that." No, I would have
Yeah,
preferred Banna continuing it, or or maybe what they should have done is had Ruffalo go earlier if Banna couldn't continue. If he had other commitments, I would have just thrown Ruffalo in there and forgotten Edward Norton completely. Then we wouldn't have had such an abomination. Get it?
yeah.
Wah, wah, wah,
Wah,
wah.
wah.
Gorilla, what are you doing?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, gorillas. You said you saw She-Hulk, so what do you think of She-Hulk?
Yeah, a few moments that was funny, but it's like the only reason
Really?
I kept
What moments were those? Because I sure didn't see any. I saw
Like-
cringe and more
well, I was
cringe.
laughing how they're making fun of Doomcock in there. There's
Oh,
a joke
God.
here and there.
Fuck that. That was so dumb.
No, but there's
fact
also
the fact that Doomcock was even in their heads is just shows how asinine these people are that make this shit.
exactly. But there's
Yeah,
a
go
joke
ahead.
here or there that was that's kind of funny. I can't remember them. That's how, but they're plus. But I laughed at the time, But the only reason I kept watching it was because I was listening to a buddy or Salty's reviews on them.
The only thing I thought was funny was when what's her face is sitting there having that diatribe about
Yes.
how much more pain she
Hello,
went
yeah,
through
hello,
than
hi,
Bruce.
yes.
And Bruce is looking at her like,
I make sure I acknowledge him.
Are you looking at me right now? Shut up, bitch. Just the look is on his face. It's like, you're dumb. I honestly think the show was kind of self-aware with all this, all the crap that they were throwing into it. But man, I couldn't continue watching it though. It was just making my brain hurt.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Lemon Pie. I know we got you. Made sure we saw you when you came back in. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you something about the Mark Ruffalo. If you allow me, I'm going to elaborate just a bit more on him, just a little. Mark Ruffalo, to me, has done a lot of good movies. He's done a lot of different roles. I honestly wish that if given a chance, like we said, if he could have taken over Edward Norton's role, I would have preferred him to do it rather than having Norton just step in there and, basically grab a paycheck and say, "Oh, here I am, Edward Norton." Yeah, big deal. But Mark Ruffalo but I don't think he needed to go and become Smart Hulk. Everybody is used to seeing Hulk. He's not a dumb person because Bruce Banner is a part of him, or David Banner, or whoever is a part of him. But I don't think that you need to change him to the point where he is smart and he's green and he can still fight. I think it takes away from the overall the overall mystery of what Hulk is supposed to be as a superhero. I think that when changing him to Smart Hulk, it takes it away. She-Hulk does the same thing, Gorilla. I don't understand why they need to have a She-Hulk. I mean, I know they're in the comics somewhere where they have a She-Hulk.
Oh,
but
there's like years of She-Hulk in comics.
That's what I mean. I mean,
she is a decent character in the comics. They just trashed her in the show.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I
would have loved to check it
out. It's not
out.
representational of what She-Hulk actually is. And the fourth wall breaking, she is supposed to break the fourth wall like Deadpool does. And she did it first.
Right.
In the comic, she did it first.
Yeah.
And
now
she doesn't really do that except in certain cuts, like side scenes. It's like once in a while to talk to the audience, but it's like it's dumb because it in the comics you would like jump. I think there was one comic where she jumped out of the page and like started beating up the artist or something. It's really funny, but it's like what are you drawing? Like that kind of thing.
Right.
But you don't see anything like that here. Like it would have been funny if she had just walked off the set as She-Hulk and smacked around a camera guy for screwing up or something. That'd have been funny. That would have been funny.
Sure.
But no, she's just sitting here talking to the audience like a feminist. It's like I don't need to see that. No,
Okay.
you know what my favorite Hulk version is though?
Yeah, go ahead.
My favorite Hulk so far, and at least in the MCU, is Warhammer 40K Space Orc Hulk from Ragnarok. That shit,
yeah.
I love the crap. He came out there with that big giant hammer and that stupid, dumb helmet on his head.
And how Thor said, "I love this guy. I know him from work."
I'm like, dude, it's Warhammer 40K Space Orc Hulk. Yes, we're bringing 40K into this game. Movie,
man.
whatever.
Yeah. And of course, you gotta love it when Hulk took Loki from Avengers, right? And he pounded him into the ground in there up at the upper top floor. And he says, "Puny God."
Yeah, well, that was Avengers, dude. We're talking
yes,
about right?
That's what I said, Avengers. Yeah, but that was a great Hulk moment, though. Beating him to death, almost to death. I know he's Loki. I know he's magical.
Look at Loki's face when he comes out on the stage. He's like, "I gotta go. I gotta get out of here."
Yeah, he saw him and he was like, "Oh shit! I gotta get out of this thing." Oh yes, absolutely. Gorillas, you need to see that movie Thor Ragnarok. Just for the fact that
it's on the list.
Yes,
it's really good. The last one, Thor: Love and Thunder, was just very sad. I mean, it wasn't as good.
It is.
Did
you see it too, Daniel?
Yeah, I did. I saw it, and I'm just like, oh, I was hoping for so much more.
There was not enough thunder.
Dark World was
way too much love.
Because, like, I read the comics. I read the comic with Gore the God Butcher, and it involved time travel, right?
See, now you guys saved me from Love and Thunder because I was thinking I'm gonna see it, and I don't want to see it now. Yeah,
but I was reading the comics, right?
I was gonna say comics to my wife. Yeah.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Like in the comics, like Gore the God Butcher went to a planet, like a planet of eternity or something, and they had like a time travel device, and he would go through the different universes, and he would kill different gods. I thought, oh, they're going to do something like that, but no, he didn't. And I'm like,
yeah, he didn't really do that. But honestly, though, Christian Bale was still the best part of the movie.
Yeah, he was still good.
Yeah, his character still was really good. I give that character props, but. I don't know. The entire movie itself, though, is.
I like Christian Bale in almost everything. Like, say for example, Batman. I think he did a great Batman. I only give Michael Keaton, because he did 2 great movies himself. I only give him slightly above Bale, but I liked Bale because he brought a more darker meanness to the character, and I think that's what it needed, because you don't want Batman to be just like, you don't want him to be like Adam West, who was campy. You don't want him to be like, I mean, to most purists that really would have read the comic books or whatever, they want to see that dark side. They want him to come just as close to killing the Joker, which he did in The Killing Joke, which I would recommend you guys get too. To rent would be The Killing Joke, is a good one.
I have that.
Yeah, it's a very good one.
The only problem I had with that movie was the rooftop scene with Barbara Gordon. I'm like, no, that's opening a can of worms. That's a big can.
You're talking about Batgirl, like Barbara Gordon, that thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a little bit out there. I mean,
Though, to be fair, Yvonne Craig, who's distantly related to my wife, was a pretty good-looking Batgirl, I must say.
Mm.
Even though she didn't act like that well. But that I don't think they cared. I think they were more looking towards Eartha Kitt in those episodes where you had Eartha Kitt against Batgirl, and of course Eartha Kitt, and as Catwoman, and I think she was much better Catwoman than the others. That's saying a lot. But next to Michelle Pfeiffer, who did a pretty good job herself in the second one, movie that Keaton did. But I mean, in those cases, you're like, yeah, or if they kick her butt, yeah, like get Batgirl, like get her, man.
Are we talking about the same thing here?
Yeah, we're talking about Batman and all the stuff.
Well, I mean, no, we were talking about the Killing Joke, right? We're talking the animated.
Yeah, we were talking about
the animated
Killing
movie,
Joke.
right? Killing Joke.
Yes, that
The
Batman
scene I'm
movie,
talking about
animated.
is where Barbara Gordon and Batman have sex on the rooftop.
Oh no, that's not right.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
remember
about.
that.
Oh, that's what you were
animated
talking
movie.
about. Okay,
That's
not
what
right.
I was talking about there. That's
thank
where
you.
I thought
Okay.
that scene they could have left out.
I'm so sorry. Yes, they could have left that out. Yeah,
Yeah,
or left it to the
that was,
imagination, maybe.
yeah, I mean,
Yes.
that
Go
would
ahead,
have been
Daniel.
like me sleeping with one of my daughter's friends. No.
That would be bad.
It's
Go ahead,
like,
Daniel. What
a
you were
big
saying?
no.
You were going to say something. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I really can't wait to see George Clooney I hear that George Clooney's going to be in The Flash as his Batman or his Bruce Wayne, right? Because The Flash
Well, no,
is going to
I
different
heard.
universes.
Well, no, I heard that Michael Keaton was reprising the Batman role in that.
Yeah, he is. But at the end of the movie, Clooney may show up, and that may lead into the next movie.
Oh,
So
okay.
that'd be great. I know a lot of
As
people.
long as they keep that neon bright, that light bright Batmobile out of the movie, I'll be fine. I cannot stand the Batmobile from the Val Kilmer and Clooney era. It is the stupidest looking car I've ever seen in my life. That is not a Batmobile.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been better, Mr. Freeze-mobile, but not now.
Can I come to you for a sandwich, sir?
I don't understand what the point was of putting lights on everything.
I get it. I get it. And even when Chris O'Donnell is is just like, I had to hunt you, baby. What do you think of me? Are you serious? Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
I was like, what? Seriously? Come on. What are you gonna do? Pick up a prostitute and then do her in the back of the Batmobile? What are you gonna do? Seriously? I had problems with that. I really did. That still gives me nightmares. It's so bad. Hey, Gorillas.
I felt bad for the old guy that played Alfred. I'm like,
Michael Gough.
He gonna stick that poor guy into? He was getting real old by the time fourth
Clooney
movie
before Clooney and O'Donnell showed up. Yes.
Oh my God.
I agree with Michael Gough. Don't forget you had the guy that played Alfred in the TV. He had to play Alfred in the TV series and the movie, the Batman movie. Alan Napier, and I was like, what?
Alfred in the TV series?
No. The one I was just saying that Alfred was played by Alan Napier in the TV series and the Batman movie, the first one, the 1966 movie.
Oh, okay. God.
That's what I was saying. And then when they started doing the Michael Keaton films, that was Michael Gough, who ended up directing some episodes of Smallville.
I wasn't talking about the actor himself in the movies. I was like, oof.
Yeah, Michael Gough.
By the Val Kilmer and Clooney movies, man, that dude was he was having some trouble. He was, and I'm hoping
Gorillas is writing down notes as we're talking about all these films. Are you, Gorillas? Are you writing down notes so you know what you can present to us on watch parties?
No, I'm playing Rome Total War right now.
Oh, okay. But you're listening, right? You're still here.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just waiting for a comment I can input.
No, that's fine. You're doing something that's cool. I just you're hoping you got one ear there and one concentrating.
No, I'm totally listening. Because
sorry, girl, I'm playing Honkai Star Rail, so we're all good.
Yeah.
We're all playing.
Yeah.
She's just playing
Yeah,
that.
see,
She's
I'm
playing
just
that
sitting
too,
here
Timmy.
listening because right what I'm doing right now is no brainer. One of the bigger factions just decided to pick a war with me, so I've just been sending a diplomat to each settlement and just bribing each settlement to join my faction.
Right. Daniel, if you had to, well, let's just get right to this question then. If you had a superhero, or yeah, superhero that you would like to be, out of all the different characters from the universes, what would be your favorite character to be? I know there's a lot of them, so
You there,
it's
Daniel?
kind of hard to choose one. Daniel, are you there, buddy? Uh,
Woo-hoo.
okay, we might have lost Daniel and come back in.
Might have stepped away from the
I saw
microphone for a second.
Tim go out there for a second. Now, now we're down to one watcher. Damn it! Got a nice pan out. Let's see. Well, I guess
I'm gonna have
we
to get
start
going
with
here
me.
pretty soon because I got to cook
Oh,
supper
okay.
before
Yeah.
we head to
Hi,
the movie.
Daniel.
No, wait, hold on.
That was Gorilla.
Okay. Okay.
Gotta get the voices down, man.
So, gorillas are gonna have to leave soon, or
Yeah, I got to cook supper before we head to the movie.
Gorilla's got to feed. He's got to go eat a banana.
No.
Okay.
Did you see my catch today? Which one exactly? I even specifically pointed out which ones I was gonna eat today.
Oh, you caught some fish?
Yeah, I was taking kid fishing today.
did
for
you get one
the
of those
Sheriff's Department concert.
bullet heads?
Nice.
Got 3 bullheads. I had
Did you
2
catch one of
sheepheads,
those
but
bullet
one
ones that we're
fell off
talking
the
about?
stringer. Yeah. Then I got 2 sheephead, but one got away. It fell off the
nice.
stringer when I was trying to untie the stringer. Because I forgot. I was stupid enough to forget my bucket at home.
Okay. Well, cool, man. I'm glad you were able to catch a few. Yeah. Did your son catch him, or you catch
Oh,
him?
I'm back.
No, I got the sheephead given to me by.
Oh, hello, Daniel. Welcome back. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. If you have to scoot out, buddy, it's fine.
You're roboting.
I'm glad I caught you, and I'm glad that you everybody's time schedules in
He's got
here.
internet, so give him a break.
Oh, I told him he had to pop the cherry on his
You know,
virgin.
what else do you want me to do? Start to bleed in front of you or something? This is
Yeah,
why
you gotta
streams are so cool, because I'm learning as I go.
Hey, maybe we're not. Maybe we're doing the wrong approach. Maybe he's not supposed to pop the cherry on his virgin internet. There, he has to sacrifice it.
Yes, maybe so.
Oh man, where's the man that thing? Where's the want on that? But anyhow,
yeah, Tim didn't give
I
it.
already used it
Yeah,
today.
he wah.
All right, I got to go. We'll see him.
Yeah, Daniel, welcome back.
All right, bye, Gorilla. Take
Okay,
care.
man. Take care, my brother.
Yeah, see
I
ya.
love you. Be a gorilla, okay? Stay a gorilla. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, he's so cool.
So
Yeah, he's a
you
great
know,
guy.
I
love
really
Gorilla. He's
like.
wonderful.
I really like Eric Bana's Hulk. I really hope he comes back someday, somehow. I mean, okay, look, on June 20th, 2023, it'll be the 20th anniversary of Eric Bana's Hulk movie. So I hope they do something. They bring him back. Maybe Deadpool can bump into his universe. Because he's traveling the multiverse, right?
I like Deadpool. Yeah, I love Deadpool. Ryan Reynolds plays a perfect Deadpool. There's no other person that can ever play him. I hope to God nobody else takes his role, because if they do, I will personally go down there down where they make Deadpool, I will personally go down there and I will rip their heart out because Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool and will always and should always stay as Deadpool. There's
Yeah.
nobody else that can play him. There's just nobody else
Did
that can play him.
you know that, like, okay, back in 2006 and 2007, when Fox
Yeah.
owned Fantastic Four and X-Men
Right.
and Daredevil
Yes.
and Deadpool.
I got a dip. I'll see you later. Maybe in the
Take care, Tim.
backstage.
Okay, Timmy. Thank you
Later,
for
man.
coming. If you do come back, I hope you do. But if not, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I really do. Thank you.
So back in 2000, back in 2006, 2007, they wanted to do a crossover. Fox wanted to cross over the Fox X-Men with the Fox Fantastic Four, and they wanted to throw in Deadpool and Daredevil in there. They wanted to make the first shared universe. And I remember hearing about it. I was so excited. And because we never had a shared universe before that time. And
that's true.
Oh my god, I was so excited! But with the box office bomb of X-Men X3: The Last Stand and Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer, it didn't happen.
Right, because those movies actually, I think what they posted is what they posted them, put them out there as barriers to continuing a great story. I think that's why they did it. I'm not sure why they did it, but I think that's why they did it. It's because they didn't want to continue great stories. Maybe because they couldn't find good writers to continue those sort of stories. I'm not saying that those two movies you mentioned, Silver Surfer and the other one, they're good movies, right? I mean, they're good in their own way. They're good, but but like I said, they just put up a huge. It's like they put up a huge, massive firewall and said, "Okay, we're just going to put these here," and then nothing got continued from it, and that's what bothered me because I would have loved to go beyond it, and I wish they would make up their minds because, as you and I both know, they're going to do reboots of the Fantastic Four again. It'll be like I think this would be like the fourth or third reboot of the original, and then and then they're supposed to do X-Men again. Like you said, they're going to bring Wolverine back. I said the man died.
Yeah, but they found a way.
Yeah, I know. I understand. With Deadpool 3, they might just cross over, when he's alive still, or
yeah. But what I think they're gonna do is if you watch Loki, when they introduced the sacred timeline, they introduced variants and branch realities.
Yeah, I don't watch the Loki series, Daniel. I'm sorry, I don't watch the Loki series. But go ahead, tell me about it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, because every time you go back in time, you create a branch reality, and that reality becomes its own parallel universe and everything. And so, what they're saying is what's being written. What I read is that Deadpool will travel to the Fox X-Men universe before Logan died, and then creates a branch reality where he picks up that Logan and he goes on an adventure with him, right? So it doesn't really it doesn't really change the events of anything. It just creates something completely new.
Cool. Yeah. Hi, Resolution. Welcome to the chat, my friend. Your brother too, you can come into the chat if you want, or into the panel and join us if you want to. Yeah. So what I was asking before, I'm sorry the other guys had to leave. I apologize. I know they've got lives and we got lives as well. But the question I was going to ask you was, out of the three, those three main ones I told you I've got in the poll going right now, please go to my community section, guys, and vote there if you can, so that in a couple weeks I can take a look at the poll and go from there and see what my next stream will be for us, so that we can all enjoy it. So yeah, out of the Marvel and DC and Dark Horse comics that you were probably familiar with as well, out of all those, I know it's a lot to pick, but what would be your favorite superhero? Like if you had one that you wanted to pick from your heart or your mind and say, "Oh yeah, I could be him. I could do I could do that superhero." What would that be, or who would
Uh,
that be? I should say.
I don't know. I think for now I like. I don't know. I can't pick between Wolverine or Deadpool.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not sure.
Wolverine and Deadpool are both good choices, Daniel.
Yeah, well,
It
yeah,
could be one or
Deadpool.
the other. Yeah, if
You know
you
what,
know what, if
Deadpool?
you have a backup, go ahead. Yeah, like I say, choose your ultimate one. But then if you want a backup, definitely choose a backup. I'm
Like,
gonna
yeah,
do that. Yeah.
he. There's like so many good stories in the X-Men with Wolverine and Magneto, for example. Like, there was a story where apparently Magneto ripped the adamantium out of Wolverine. He just ripped it right out of him, and it was really gory, and
Yes.
it's surprising that he didn't die. You know, he just I mean Magneto just ripped it right out of him,
Sure.
and yeah, just I remember everybody talking about that when that happened, and like
Right.
whoa, that must have really hurt him. But
Well,
and
yeah. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Just real quick, I'll just see here that Resolute Germ does say if you're still on when I get home, I'll come up. I should still be on here. I'm planning at least. I know what I said before, but you know how these things go, and if they're still progressing, as I can see it is, because we got three people. So, as long as I see at least one or above, we'll go at least 2 more hours, and I think we'll stop at that point. But yeah, if you are still, if I'm still on, then yes, please, Germ, come through. We also have the other Daniel, our other friend, brother Trusty Ape. Hey, what's up, man? Yo yo, good to see you. You can join our panel too, Daniel, if you'd like. We got our other friend Daniel here too. Um, yeah, please, Daniel. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead and finish your thought because I was just making sure I acknowledge everyone.
so yeah, I'm just so happy that Hugh Jackman's coming back, and but like also I don't know, yeah. So anyways, Deadpool was made in the '90s, right? So
Yes.
I love Deadpool because he can he can do everything that he's got the same powers as Wolverine, right? And he can heal and
Well,
stuff.
Deadpool. Yeah. Now Deadpool. Remember, he was given powers, but I think, but yeah, and he was given similar powers of regeneration. Uh, but it's mostly because of the adamantium that Wolverine has in his system that keeps him regenerating because of being the strongest metal known to man at that time. So yeah, I think that's one part of it. But as far as Deadpool goes, uh, it's just his natural DNA composition, and he doesn't have metal in him. He just has the natural DNA, and he's got that formula that keeps him going. And Trusty Ape, yeah, the link should be near the very top, the stream link, StreamYard link if you want to come in. So anyway, yeah, just to finish for my thoughts. So I think you and I both agree that Deadpool, being because he's got the natural DNA, he's got all that. Uh, his humor could use a little bit of adjustment, but but that's who Deadpool is, right? You're not going to take
Yeah,
away
but I
Wade
heard that his
Wilson, you know.
regeneration. I
Yeah,
heard that Deadpool's regeneration is a little bit slower than Wolverine's.
much slower. Yes, that
So
is
is
true.
he like okay? Like Wolverine, we know he's immortal. He was born in like what the 18
Something
late
like in the
1820s.
1870 or well, no, he fought in the Civil War, so
Yeah,
I think it was
he
before
fought in
that.
the Civil War. He fought
Yeah,
in
yeah,
World
yeah.
War One, World War
Two,
Two.
yeah, Vietnam, Korea, yeah. He
Yeah,
did
but you
them
know
all.
what? Now because of Days of Future Past, he went back to 1973. I
Yes,
don't know. I mean, I know that okay, the events of him fighting in the Civil War, World War One, and World War Two are still there.
yeah, it's
But
still in his memory,
but
right?
did he? But did he fight in world? But did he fight in Vietnam? Now that Wolverine went back and changed things,
You know what? That's a very good question, Daniel. Yeah, I was under the impression that the last war he fought was Vietnam War. That was my last impression that he fought.
Yeah, but
Now, him
yeah,
going back would have altered. I believe, yes, that his going back to 73 and Days of Future Past would have like altered a timeline to him to some degree. So maybe he's not in that war in that timeline. That would make sense to me if he didn't do it. That was, but like I said, I was under the impression he did that he was in Vietnam War until. But don't forget, the Vietnam War ended in 1973. Remember, it lasted till then. You know, after
yeah,
the fall of Saigon. So if he goes back right at 1973, he still has some of those Vietnam War memories in him. He still carries them with him as an immortal.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like that's like the thing. The Vietnam War ended in 1973. So when we saw Wolverine go back to his body in 1973, was this after he fought in Vietnam, or was it before? It's confusing.
Yeah, and I can see what you're saying is it makes sense. Uh, I want to say, okay, I want to say that he got back, like I said, just after his original Logan got back from fighting in the war because he was able to return. Remember, being immortal, so he didn't die, he didn't get killed or anything, you know, and he was able to return, but he still received the same, especially the ones that were, you know, riddled with PTSD. So yeah, when he goes back, I'm sure that some of those memories definitely flood back into him.
Yeah,
That
but
you know,
that's
you're
the thing.
supposed to keep all those memories. Yeah,
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, he wouldn't have been able to return home from Vietnam because remember in X-Men Origins Wolverine, remember uh uh Sabretooth tried to rape that Vietnamese girl and then he got into a big fight with the soldiers and then Hugh Jackman
yes,
went to defend Sabretooth, right? So then what happened after
yeah.
that
That
was
was
they were tried to be executed by a firing squad. It didn't work. It didn't
right.
work because they're immortal, and
That
then they
was
were imprisoned. Yeah, then they were imprisoned, right? So
yeah.
Wolverine wouldn't have been able to go home.
No, because he was still in federal prison. Well, but he was able to get out too. Uh, well, he was released by Starker or whoever it was that led them, their group.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
And that was Liev Schreiber. Yeah, great role for Liev. I think
That's
he
the
played
thing. There's a
great.
continuity error right there. If he was
Yeah,
released by Stryker, wouldn't
yeah.
Stryker know who he was in Days of Future Past?
I would assume you would have. Yes,
But
and I
he didn't
agree.
know. He didn't know who he was. It was first of
Yeah,
all, it was played by a different actor, a younger actor.
right. Of course.
It wasn't Danny Houston. It
Right. It
was
wasn't
another actor.
Danny. Right.
And also he didn't know who Wolverine was. So that's a big continuity error there. It makes no
Oh,
sense.
tremendous continuity error. Yeah, no, that's great that you emphasize that because I probably wouldn't have caught up on it myself. But yeah, but I have to think that Logan did retain some memories, so he knew what he had already done up to that point. But then, of course, with things being changed, uh, yeah, that would throw anybody off, especially and yeah, like you said, continuity definitely. Yeah, Trusty Ed just said a couple things. Nowhere to go but up. And then, of course, he says to me, I had to go to work soon, but I'll be listening. Thank you, though, Trusty Ed. I do appreciate you listen and that you endorse my channel. Yeah, we do have 3 people watching, so good. That's good. Okay, so you're saying that, Daniel, between it would be between Deadpool and Logan or Wolverine for yourself, right?
Yeah. I mean, I like Wolverine because like yeah, he's immortal and he's I never knew he was immortal until X-Men Origins Wolverine when they showed him fighting in all the major wars. And I didn't know that, but when I found out,
And
I was like, "Oh my
yeah,
god, this guy's so cool!"
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
what bothers me is
both him
like
and
after
Sabretooth.
Logan. Oh, exactly. But what bothers me is, like I said, at the end of Logan, he gets, he's able to get the New Mutants, which, by the way, they had a series that came out, I think, later on. But he was able to get them to, away to Canada, and he ends up just dying there, just dying, like being buried. He's buried with an ex. The young girl that buried him out there and left him there. So if he's immortal, because he didn't get his head chopped off or anything, so if he's immortal, is he going to come back?
Oh well,
Now that
no,
would be the
he's
only
not
reason I
immortal
know
because
he would
remember,
come back.
no, he's not immortal. He's not immortal at that point because remember, in Wolverine,
Oh,
he
right.
got his he got remember the Silver Samurai sucked all the regeneration out of him.
That's true. Yes. So
And
Suzanne just reminded me of that. Thank you. Yes, thank you, babe.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I hated that when the Silver Samurai just sucked all the regeneration out of him, but then
Yeah.
like when the two women stopped him, like
Yeah.
he kind of regenerated back, but he didn't get the full weight of it. So
I see.
and now he's just like, yeah, he's basically he has longevity, but he's not immortal.
Right.
And I'm like, I hated that. I'm like, oh, this is so I hate that, but he didn't want it anymore. He didn't want it anymore, which is weird. Like, why don't you want it anymore? Like,
Yeah. Why don't you want that immortality? Well, because well, he did lose. Remember, he lost one of his wives because of Stryker's group. They killed her. And then, of course, I think there was another romance he had after that,
yeah,
which
Jean
didn't
Grey or
last long.
something.
Yeah, which didn't last long. Because he outlived her. you know, but yeah, I just and I felt bad for him. But like I said, uh, the regenerative powers, his abilities are sucked out. We all know that now. And the fact is, he's buried underground, and I'm like, well, if he does have longevity, is it the ground that nourishes him and brings him back to life, or is it some other, like maybe a lightning bolt or something? I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like there's
that.
different variants of him across the multiverse, and I think Deadpool's gonna pick one of them. But the like Hugh Jackman said, Deadpool 3 doesn't change the events of Logan.
Yeah.
It's basically like, Deadpool just creates another branch reality, and then he takes that Logan on an adventure, and then in the end, I think they go to the MCU and they get stuck in the MCU, and that's it. I hope so.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because Hugh Jackman always wanted to go to the MCU. He always wanted to go and fight the Hulk in the MCU, and he wanted to fight alongside the Avengers, and now he has that chance thanks to Deadpool.
He has an opportunity, yes, and I'm looking forward to that. I hope that Kevin Feige, when he goes into his big crossover, like we discussed, you and I discussed it before, it may happen anytime between 2025 and 2030. Of course, one of our friends said it would be 2050 before it happened. I don't think that's going to take that long. I think it's going to be at least within a 5 to 7 year period of planning.
Yeah.
But yeah, if Feige can get Hugh Jackman to move to the MCU and become a part of that, I'm sure he could draw people like Gal Gadot, who plays Wonder Woman. Bring her over because she could do it.
But first, they're going to have to do Secret Wars, which is probably going to be in 2025 or 2026.
That's what I saw. Yeah, Secret Wars was this Avengers Secret Wars. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, Avengers Secret. So yeah, we could see Hugh Jackman fighting alongside the Avengers, and I know that Wesley Snipes definitely he wants to come back as Blade for years. He's always said he wants to come back as Blade, and
as Blade, right?
Yeah, he wanted to do a TV series in the MCU
he's been
as
wanting
his Blade.
Yeah.
But it never materialized.
Yeah.
And
he did yeah, have you seen yeah, that's true. Did you see the Three Blades, Daniel? Did you see the
Three
Blade
movie? I loved it. Loved that movie, yeah.
Yourself? Oh.
I heard.
Here's the ironic part about Blade. Okay, well, I just want to throw a scenario to you, and I believe this might be true, or it may be false, I'm not sure. But if you recall, in Blade Trinity, which was the third one, Ryan Reynolds was in there, but he was just playing a regular, guy, that was you know, as supposed to be a vampire hunter, you know, along with you know, the other one played by Jessica Biel, right? So you
I
had
think
the
it was
three of them that
Hannibal
were
King.
hunting. What's that?
I think his name was Hannibal King.
Hannibal King, right? Okay, so yeah, and then Jessica Biel was with him, and then they brought back Chris Christopherson for a brief, whatever, few moments, which I was sad about because I wish he had been in all three, but he wasn't. So, uh, but but anyway, so in Trinity, in Blade Trinity, Ryan Reynolds playing Hannibal King, or yeah, Hannibal King, he could just as well as Deadpool, he could take King's place, right? And he could walk into Blade's realm of reality and say, I want to fight alongside you. And then, you know, and then that's what they could do. They could have Blade and Deadpool work together. I think that would be a great association. I really do. I think that would be cool. And bring Wes Snipes back. Don't let anybody else play that Blade role. Wes did it, fine. Bring him back. Let him do
Yeah,
it.
like the Mahershala Ali MCU Blade is going nowhere. They tried, but it never worked. It didn't work. I mean, Mahershala Ali is not really happy with the script that they did.
Hello, brother Jay Aldridge. How is my friend Jay?
Can you hear me?
I can
Yep.
hear you. Yeah, you were tapping your mic, and I could hear that. So yes.
Thank God. Yeah, because it came on full blast and like somebody screaming right in my brain. I
Oh
had to turn it
no!
down.
Oh no!
It's the first
Sorry.
time I've ever used my new. It's a plug-in earbud. It's
Ah,
rechargeable,
yeah,
and the
yeah. We
only
were.
wires from ear to ear.
Yeah, this is you haven't missed a lot, Jay. You're good. We've been it's more of an open panel, but we have been discussing the like it says at the title there, the MCU and the DCEU universes. We also included some Dark Horse, like Aliens and Predator, and Star Wars has done Dark Horse comics, and
All right.
you know, and even Star Trek has done
Well,
Dark Horse comics, and
Well,
Hellboy, of
after
course.
Daniel finishes what he was going to say, I would like to tell you my favorite DC comics.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Daniel. Finish your thought.
Okay, so yeah, Wesley's. I like what I think. Yeah, definitely Wesley Snipes is Blade. He's definitely coming back in the Secret Wars. They're trying to get Nicolas Cage to return as his Ghost Rider, and I think that may happen. And what I really want is obviously, yeah, we know that Tobey Maguire is coming back as his Spider-Man. I hope that the rumors aren't true that he will die in Secret Wars. I don't want that. I don't want to see Tobey Maguire die. I just like his Spider-Man. But what I'm hoping for really is I want to see Eric Bana come back as the Hulk. I really like that. I mean, Eric Bana did say that it was like a one-shot movie and he never thought he would be back, but I just hope that he comes back.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said, Daniel. I do, and Eric Banner for sure. Yes, I want him back as
Yeah.
Hulk.
Oh, do you know who? Okay, like, do you read comic books, right,
I
Mikey?
didn't like him as Hulk.
Okay, Jay.
Go ahead, Dan. I
Yeah,
just
go ahead,
wanted to say that I didn't like. Yeah.
Like, do you read comic books?
Do I read
Yes.
comic books? Yeah, I
Yeah.
know Jay does. I told you I started reading comic books when I was like way back. I think when I was like 7 or 8 years old. And the first comic book I ever recall reading was Spider-Man comics. I used to read those, and I really enjoyed those actually. Uh, when you asked me,
Well,
Daniel, who I thought, go ahead, Jay. Yeah, I'll finish my thought
I
in a minute.
no, go ahead, go ahead. It's hard
Okay,
to
well,
hear to
oh,
get in there.
oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Well, what I would, yeah. So when Daniel asked me, when I asked him at first about what he preferred as far as like best superhero he could think of based on comics and movies and so forth, he said that he actually had two choices, either between Deadpool or Wolverine, Logan. And I was like, I agree. That sounds like good choices there. For me now, I might be different. As I said, I was raised to watch Spider-Man. That was my hero growing up when I was little. And I read the comics. I watched the TV series with Nicholas Hammond, which is not the best TV series. I will absolutely admit that to you right now, even though it did have cool special effects for the 1970s. But yeah, and then I really was looking forward to seeing Spider-Man in movies, and of course, Tobey Maguire did a great job. I think he's probably one of the best ones, and Tom Holland is right up there too. But not so much Andrew Garfield. I'm not an Andrew Garfield fan. So
Who's the new
yeah,
Spider-Man right now?
it's Tom Holland.
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then if you ask who's the new Batman, well, that's Robert Pattinson who did the Twilight series, which was a
I
good movie,
haven't
by the way.
seen.
That was
I've only seen the first Spider-Man. What was his name?
Tobey
You
Maguire?
mean the TV series or the first movie he did?
No,
Spider-Man.
no, the first movie, Spider-Man.
That's Tobey Maguire. He's
Okay,
the first
I
Spider-Man
saw
movie. Yeah.
the first one where he becomes Spider-Man. What was the second one's villain?
The second
Doc Ock?
villain was Doc Ock. Yeah, Dr. Octopus.
Okay, I saw that, but I
Yes.
didn't see any other Spider-Man since.
Okay. Which is fine because some people prefer the first
Well,
two.
I don't have a theater.
I know.
I have to go all the way to West Monroe, Louisiana, and that's like almost an hour drive.
Yeah, I have a buddy who lives up in Washington State. His name is Patrick Wise. He is with his wife Amber. He wants to see Indiana Jones 5, Dial of Destiny, but he's going to have to drive at least 2.5 hours to get to the nearest theater to see it. And he wants to
I
see
have.
it in IMAX.
I'm not
He
an
wants to see it in
Indiana
IMAX.
Jones fan, as you know.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
We had a great stream
I,
about it,
I
though.
kind of, like I told you, y'all wanted me to watch the first Indiana Jones, the Raiders
do.
of the Lost
I
Ark,
do. Raiders of the Lost Ark is
and
a
I
great
did,
adventure. And
and I did, and I kind of liked it, but like I said, that's not kind of like my genre. But
sure.
I rated it a 3 out of 5.
Which is fair because that's what I rated
Yeah.
it the first time I saw it in a movie theater, and I
Then
was
I
only
saw
15
the
years old
second
at the
one.
time. Yeah,
Then I saw the second one. I can't remember what the title is.
Temple of Doom.
No, I didn't
That's
see that.
technically the second one.
Um,
Yeah, that's technically the second one.
the one with Sean Connery.
Oh, Last Crusade.
Okay, I saw that,
Yes.
and I gave it a 4.
Yeah, because Sean Connery was awesome in it.
Yeah, I think that's what
You know how Harrison was
made
going
the
to
movie
perform.
with Sean Connery.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Well, you already know how Harrison was going to perform, and then you saw
Yeah.
Sean Connery walk in, and you're like, "Wow, he's definitely his dad."
I
Absolutely.
want to see the one with Tobey Maguire.
Hello to the stream. We're welcoming also our other brother. Oh, for
How you
sure.
doing?
Hello,
But,
Resolute Germ. Welcome. How you doing?
But Mikey,
Not too bad.
Let's guys, let's test our. Yeah, sorry.
I'm
I was going to test our
not
mics so we can be able to hear each other.
I'm not
Hello,
a
hello.
Marvel person.
Sure.
I just went because I grew up watching Spider-Man in the think the 70s TV show.
Yeah.
And Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. I thought Iceman and Firestar should have had their own series because I liked them more than I did Spider-Man. But I went to see the first and second Spider-Man.
Yes.
It was okay, but I'm not a Spider-Man person. I'm more of a DC guy.
Okay. But Jay, you don't have to be because I say to people, look, if you want an introduction to Spider-Man as far as the movies go, definitely go with the first two that Tobey Maguire did. He did a total of 3, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like to include the third one, even though it did introduce us
But
to
That's
Venom.
smart.
Venom. Yeah.
my
That's not
favorite,
Venom. That's the Bud Light version of Venom.
yeah,
It is. Yes.
my
Good call.
my
Good
favorite
call.
DC comic,
Yes.
my favorite DC comic is not
Yes.
a superhero comic. It's Star Trek, and
Star
I'll
Trek.
tell you why. I
Okay.
love the artwork and I love the stories. Now, my favorite writer of DC Comics of Star Trek is Peter David, and he went on and
Yes.
did books of Star Trek.
Yes.
Now,
He did.
he asked Paramount Pictures, Paramount Company, permission to write a new book with new characters, basically a new series of Star Trek, and they gave him okay.
They did.
And it was called Star Trek New Frontier. And the captain was an alien from Calhoun. The region of that planet is called Calhoun. His name is Ma'aka of Calhoun.
Okay.
And the book sold so much, that first 4 book, that they created a character, a little figurine of Captain Calhoun.
Wow.
I
They
wish
went that
they had
far?
made a series out of it. It would have been great.
Yeah. It went that far. Wow. Yeah.
And
it
his
would make
first
sense to it.
officer was Elizabeth Shelby.
It was Shelby from TNG.
Best of both
Wow.
worlds.
Wow.
And the Star Trek Prodigy has a character from New Frontier, not the name, but the species, a
But
Brakar.
Apricot. Wow. Nice.
The purple stoned girl in the Prodigy series, who is the kind of like the science officer. She is a Brakar.
Wow. So that's pretty cool. So that okay.
Now,
so
when
that
she
would
gets of age, all of her shell will come off like a lizard, like a snake shedding its skin, and she will have even a harder shell, like a brick. And that's why they call them. I guess that's why they call them a Brakar.
that's rad.
I love
That's
that
cool.
series. But my favorite superhero of DC has to be, there's 3 of them: Batman, Green Lantern, and Captain Marvel or Shazam. I was never really a Superman fan until I think it's the 1990s and early 2000s Justice League and Justice League Unlimited.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Well, like
But
said,
I don't read comic books anymore. I read my old comic books.
Yeah, they're still valuable. That's good that you.
Yes.
That's fair. They haven't made good comic books in about 20 years.
Especially Star Trek.
That's why Jay has them.
He, Captain Kirk goes on court martial in Starfleet for violating the Prime Directive. He says, "I've never violated the Prime Directive." And Dr. McCoy and Spock says, "Oh no, never violated. Bend it." And they went like several up back and forth with Bones and McCoy, and then Bones says, "But never violated."
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Yeah, Resolute, you've had some experience, I'm sure, with the universes. What was your favorite superhero that you could pick out? You can pick out a second one too if you want as a backup. That's what Daniel and both Jay have done. So.
Mainly I was on DC. I wasn't so much for Marvel. I like the odder characters like Lobo, Constantine,
Yes.
and Etrigan.
Yeah,
My wife
them two,
loves
them last
Constantine.
two are great. Yeah.
Yeah, Constantine, and of course Keanu Reeves plays a great Constantine. I wish they would do a couple more Constantine movies. To be honest, I really
He
do.
did a
The
Constantine?
short run, sort of.
Yeah,
He looks nothing like Constantine's supposed to in the comics, but
yeah, but he doesn't really have to look like him in the comics.
he did
Does he in this game?
okay.
Yeah.
The only thing he had in
What was
common with
what did he do?
he was Keanu Reeves who smoked and
Yeah.
had magic, basically.
And had magic and stuff.
Which is great, but when he's supposed to be playing a sarcastic, chain smoking Brit who dabbles in every type of magic in the universe, doesn't quite sync up.
What did he
Yeah.
do? What was he in to play Constantine?
Well,
He's
I
in
guess
the
because
New Line.
yeah,
He's just because of name recognition.
yeah, name recognition. They wanted someone that was at that time, you know. And now Constantine was after Matrix, right? I am guessing that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that because Keanu made the Matrix what it was, and you know playing Neo and all that, and name recognition from that alone. I mean, they made millions of dollars. They still do, even with that fourth bad one that I probably won't mention right now or ever.
Yeah.
But because I've seen it already.
The much better representation of Constantine is Matt Ryan from that short-lived series.
Okay. I
had
don't
some
remember that series.
crossover.
I remember the movie, but yeah. Just the movie.
It's on, I think, NBC.
Okay.
And once they sold that and Supergirl off to CW, he eventually became part of Heroes of Tomorrow and made sporadic appearances on the CW hero shows, but a lot more comic accurate. Yeah, he does a far better job than Keanu Reeves. They even tried to have him do.
Yeah. So which superhero again did you say, Resolute, you were pretty partial to?
I said Lobo, Constantine, and Etrigan.
And oh, nice, good choices. Yeah. I guess if I had to choose from the three universes myself, the initial three, I'd have to say first of all Spider-Man. Like I said, I grew up with Spider-Man. I remember Stan Lee. Rest in peace, great man. I think I got to talk to him once somewhere. I don't remember where it was. Might have been a gathering they had down in Phoenix or something. But yeah, he was a great man. I really appreciated knowing or seeing him. In DC Comics, I'd have to say Superman because I watched the George Reeves stuff when it came into syndication, and I was really fascinated. And I thought he did a great job, George Reeves, for playing Superman the way he did. I won't even include Kirk Allen because I had no exposure to that one, that guy who played him in the earlier 40s or whatever. So I really don't include him in the discussion. It's more like George Reeves. But then, of course, when Christopher Reeve came out in 1978 and did Superman, I was like, he's awesome. Like, Christopher Reeve played a great Clark Kent, and he could play Superman. So for me,
that was actually my last movie.
Yeah, and then growing up,
that was actually.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, Jay, you're fine. I was just saying that for me was the beginning. I enjoyed more Superman because it was Christopher Reeve, but then after he left, after Quest for Peace, and then of course what happened to him, which was real tragic, falling off a horse for Christ's sakes, and then getting all paralyzed, whatever. I was very disappointed because I was thinking at the time, okay, now that Christopher Reeve can't do it, who else is going to step up and try to become a Superman? And I was very disappointed. As I told Daniel earlier, I was disappointed when they did Superman Returns, which was supposed to fill in between the second one and the third one, which has Richard Pryor in it, the third one has. And it was supposed to fill that gap, and Brandon Routh didn't know what the heck he was doing. Either way, I mean, as Kent or the other, he had no idea what he was doing. Kevin Spacey, of all of all people, who was playing Lex Luthor in that movie, was great. I love Kevin Spacey. He did K-Pax. He did all this stuff, and he's great. Anything he does, anything. And he's the only
That was
one that
so
stood
unfortunate.
out. Yes, and he's the only
That was
one
unfortunate,
that stood
very
out.
unfortunate timing to have Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
That's when the rumors first started coming out about him.
Right.
Right after that movie.
Yeah.
I know. Disappointing. But like I said, he was the only actor or actress that stood out. I mean, you can't even talk about the woman that played Lois Lane and has a child by Superman. When did that happen? You know?
I like Henry Cavill.
Threw me off. Yeah, Henry Cavill came in along later, right? And I liked him. And I like Henry Cavill. I do. I like him. He's a great Brit.
They should have gave him a Superman movie and given Ben Affleck a Batman movie, standalone movie.
I think so. Would you agree on that, Resolute? I think Jay's right.
Definitely.
Definitely. Yeah. You too, Daniel? Do you agree on that? Hello, Daniel?
What? Oh, sorry?
Oh, I was just saying, would you have agreed what Jay and Resolute and I said that Batman should have had a standalone Ben Affleck and then
Yeah,
Henry
absolutely. In fact, if the DCEU did continue, Flash would have brought Michael Keaton to the DCEU, and
should have had his own standalone.
Yeah.
Superman movie.
Yeah. Ben Affleck would have had his own standalone movie with Michael Keaton as like a supporting character, because the Flash would have brought Michael Keaton to the DCU.
Well, the Flash movie, Ben Affleck is in it for just a few minutes, telling Flash that he shouldn't mess with time travel, and it would cause them like a butterfly effect. And then the most of it is Michael Keaton as Batman, from what I see in the trailers.
I heard
but
that
please.
too.
Don't bring Robin in. Make Nightwing into a standalone movie, but please don't bring Robin into a Batman movie again. It just don't work. It works on animated TV, but not in a live action movie. Please.
So I take it you didn't like Batman and Robin?
No. It was like a bad, campy try of the 60s Batman TV show. It just didn't work.
Jay, I thought Batman Forever was that kind of campy.
Now, Batman Forever was good, but I just didn't like Robin.
Right.
He is a bit too old to be Robin.
I think Chris O'Donnell is a really, really good Robin. I hope we see him again in The Flash too. If The Flash is stuck in the George Clooney Batman,
I don't think we're going to see a Robin.
Chris O'Donnell is really the best. I like him.
Well, he's the only actor other than Burt Ward, who did the TV series as Robin, and it's really sad that you don't have other people that could play it as good as Chris. But Chris, I have to agree with Jay on this one. I don't know. Chris O'Donnell just seemed like he was there as a afterthought.
It wasn't him technically. It was the writing for him, because he could have done. They could have written a better Holy Something Batman instead of Holy Rotten Metal Batman, Rusted Metal Batman. That was so stupid.
Yeah. When they were climbing the top of that, Holy Rusted Metal Batman. Yeah. What do you mean? Holy.
Holy. It's rusted. Oh, stupid.
Poor Chris O'Donnell. He just doesn't get enough respect. I don't know. It's the writing. It has to be. He's a decent actor.
I like him in NCIS in Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah.
But he was, because of the writing, he was not a good Robin. But he wasn't, if they had upped the writing, he would have been a great Robin, the Boy Wonder.
Sure.
But They
He
should
just
have
had to be
gotten
15 years
somebody.
younger.
Yes, that's true.
They should have gotten somebody who was a teenager
They could have.
and a
Yeah.
little
Not
shorter
pushing 30.
than Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would do- Well, do you know many teenage actors, guys? I mean, I'm not that familiar with that many, but who else do you think could have played it besides Chris? Honestly, I don't know.
Back in 1997,
Well-
there was a whole slew of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Disney
like,
had just purged a bunch of people, so they're desperate for work.
Okay.
Yeah, they needed like a 10 or 11-year-old to play Robin.
Really? That young?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
Robin in the comics was only like 10 or 11, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He was real
9
short,
when he
and he
first
was
got
young.
adopted.
He
9
was
years old, yeah. Yeah.
9 years old, yeah. Because of the incident.
Yeah, get a 10-year-old to play Robin.
Sure. Well,
Like, what's his name that played the one that said, I see dead people? He was
Oh.
perfect for the age to play Robin. They
Yeah,
just should have
he
made
was,
a movie right then and there with him.
Yeah,
Daniel?
everybody says Chris O'Donnell was too old to play Dick Grayson.
He was.
Uh-huh.
He should have been
He
Nightwing.
was.
But
If he had
Yeah,
been
he was.
Nightwing,
Definitely would have been Nightwing.
yeah.
he looked like a teenager.
He wasn't even
No,
close
he
to a
didn't.
teenager. He was pushing
No,
30
he
years
didn't.
old at the time.
He looked like he was in his late 20s.
Oh, okay.
Because Robin couldn't even drive a car in the
well,
comic.
Yeah, well, you said that he could have played the kid that was in Sixth Sense.
I don't know his name, but he was young enough.
Okay.
He was young
So
enough to do it. I think he would have been
in
good.
in 1994, when Sixth Sense came out, yeah, that was Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah, he could have played a good Robin. With
what do you
good
think?
writing, he would have been a
With
good
good
Robin. Let's
writing.
say that.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the writing. What do you think, Resolute? Do you think he could have played it? How Haley Joel Osment?
He could have given it a good try, but knowing what we know now about Haley Joel Osment, it wouldn't have worked out long term.
And I was going to say also.
By that time, he was done growing.
Yeah. No, I was also going to say Macaulay Culkin, but then that man's been through, all sorts of drama.
I don't think, with his reputation of doing comedy, I don't think he would have been a good Robin. I can't think of anybody else 10 or 11 years old at the time to play Robin the Boy Wonder.
Yeah, I thought of one more, but not. But you guys remember Spy Kids, and there was Alexa Vega. That yeah, and then who was the actor that played her brother in that? You guys want to look that up and see who that was? Because I think he could have played an easy Robin. I think if he had gone on from Spy Kids.
liked you remember in the 60s Batman TV show, Julie Newmar called Robin the Boy Blunder.
Yeah, the Boy Blunder.
I loved when they made fun of Robin's name. Robin the Boy Blunder.
Yeah. But then, of course, they called him the Youthful Ward. Youthful Ward?
Yeah.
Dick Grayson? Ward, okay. That's more like a servant. That doesn't sound like a equal opportunity Robin.
And even though Burt Ward wasn't young enough to play Robin, he played a great Robin because he was short. Robin in the comic books was a short young kid. He played a short, older Robin. It worked perfectly.
Sure, and don't forget that.
Now, maybe if they had gotten a shorter actor, it didn't matter what his age was, and good writing, they would have been a good Robin. They just needed a shorter Robin than Chris O'Donnell being as tall as what's his name? George Clooney.
Val
He
Kilmer
needed a
in the
short
first one.
Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And,
like that. Yeah, sorry, Jay, go ahead.
Or if you're going to do an older Robin, then just don't call him Robin. Call him Nightwing.
Yeah.
It
He
just
was
doesn't
26
work
in
with
Batman
someone
Forever.
as tall as Batman. Right. Right.
Sure. I was going to say that Bruce Ward, what I admire about him initially was that he did his own stunts in the TV just because he needed work. He needed that job, and he said he was glad to get it, and he would have done anything. He hurt himself a number of times, from what I recall. I've watched like past, stories about the Batman series and the film and everything, and he hurt himself a number of times.
Yeah.
But at least he was able to do his own stunts. I don't know if Chris O'Donnell did his own stuff in the two movies, Forever and Batman and Robin. I don't know if he did.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't think so. Some of the stuff they had him do in that movies, especially that second one, was a bit outside of your normal repertoire.
Well, that's what bothered me too. Was in Batman.
And Arnold
did he actually do
Schwarzenegger.
his own acrobatic things? Did Chris O'Donnell do his own?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I had to think there had been a stuntman doing that. Honestly.
Now, Arnold Schwarzenegger did the best he could because of the writing. If they had good writing in that movie, I think Arnold Schwarzenegger would have been a good Mr. Freeze because he almost had the same accent as the man that played Mr. Freeze in the Batman TV series. I think it was Otto Preminger or somebody. He had an accent.
Right.
Arnold had an accent almost like him.
Right. Otto Preminger played him in the TV series, and also Malachi Throne played him. I think Malachi was better. I liked him as well.
And Eli something played him too.
Yeah. Eli Wallach.
Yeah. I can't think of it. Yeah.
It's Eli
he was good in Tough Guys.
Yes.
Eli Wallach played a good villain in Tough Guys.
I agree.
With Burt Lancaster and Kirk Douglas.
Very old movie, but yes.
He was a crazy dude. He had a contract to kill both of them, and they've been in prison for like 20, 30-something years. And when they come out, he's going to try to fulfill that contract no matter what. And Kirk Douglas or Burt Lancaster, either one, ask him, "It's been 20 or 30 years. Why have you been waiting all this time?" "Because I always fulfill a contract." I love that.
Yeah, but you know what? I loved, but my favorite role for Eli was obviously The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. He played Tuco. He's best.
Yes, love that movie.
By far, I just think, and of course we had Lee Van Cleef.
I love
the other guy, and and of course our favorite, my favorite Western guy, with Western comics and so forth, is obviously Clint Eastwood. He's the best for me. I love him in any Western he's ever done. Anything.
Oh, mine is John Wayne.
John Wayne.
Love John Wayne.
Yeah, but
did you ever see? Did you ever see Lee Van Cleef in the TV series The Master, where he plays a ninja master? Oh my God! I wish they had made it into 2 or 3 or 4 seasons instead of 1. I got the whole series on DVD. You can get it on Amazon. You need to buy it and watch it. It is great.
Thank you for recommending that. Yeah, I'll look for that. The Master. That does look good. Yeah, I'm sorry that he only got to do 1 season. Resolute. So, you said that mostly you preferred the Lobo and those other side characters, right? As your superheroes.
Yeah, for the main ones, it'd be Batman, because that's basically how I got started with Batman the animated series.
Yeah, like I said, for me it was first
Love that
Spider-Man.
show.
Yeah, first it was Spider-Man, then it was Superman, and then in the Dark Horse, I really like Hellboy. I like the Hellboy. I
The
really
comics are
I
okay.
never cared for that.
yeah. It's not.
Some of the
It's not
animated movies are
bad.
good.
Yeah, some of the
Ron
yeah.
Perlman's
Yeah.
Ron Perlman's a crap Hellboy.
I think David Harbour was uh, maybe not much better when he did his Hellboy. David Harbour.
Yeah,
And of course, I
he gave it
Violent
more
Night
effort than Ron
rated mask.
Perlman.
Yeah, as I suggested in one of my what was it movies we had seen last year, Violent Night, that David Harbour plays Santa Claus, and it was supposed to be a thing where it's a plot where he takes on this terrorist group led by John Leguizamo, and I was like, oh my god. And he has a moment. It's so funny. He has a moment where he's up on the roof, and one of the reindeer lets go, and just dumps it, does a dump, and he says, "Prancer, how unprofessional! That's so unprofessional." He says,
A
"Yeah,
lot of people, give Aquaman grief back in the day because he didn't have any good superpowers. I liked the Aquaman, the animated series. I liked him in Super Friends.
yeah."
I
like
liked him even better when they gave him that hook and long hair in Justice League.
Oh, sure. But the only one that's played him so far, right, is Jason Momoa. He's the only one that's played him. Is that right?
In the DCEU, yeah.
Yeah. He's the only one. I liked him. I like Jason's performances. I do. I enjoy him as
Yeah.
Aquaman. I think he should stay that way. I don't think anybody else should take that role. Yeah.
No, give it to someone else and give Momoa his more natural role as Lobo, which is the one he
There
wanted.
you go. Yeah, there
And
you
he
go.
took Aquaman as a consolation prize when they told
Okay.
him, we're not going with Lobo anytime soon, but you can have this.
Okay. Well, if you were to do a role reversal and have him play Lobo, the wolf, and with the wolf with his side, and and then what would you have Jason do if he? I mean, if he's doing Lobo, then who would you have do Aquaman? Who could play an Aquaman?
Oh, I'm not sure.
I don't think
I'm sure you
Dwayne.
actually need Aquaman.
Yeah, well, I don't think Dwayne the Rock Johnson should play him because he's already got Black Adam. He just made himself Black Adam, so I don't think definitely that the Rock should do him. Damn it! Who else? Daniel, can you think of someone that could play Aquaman besides Momoa? That's a good call that Rosalind made because I thought for sure, yeah, if Momoa could do Lobo, somebody else could do. Could definitely do Aquaman. And we just lost Jay. Sorry, Jay. Try to get back in if you can. I'm sorry we lost you, buddy. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Wow, that's interesting.
I forget what his name is, but that rip-off Captain America from the Winter Soldier and Falcon show.
You mean Sebastian Stan?
No, he was Winter Soldier. I mean the government-sponsored replacement.
Oh,
I forget what his name was.
The replacement for Captain America. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot. But well, now, okay. I like the actor. Hello, Jay. Welcome back. Hi, Jay. Welcome back. Sorry.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah,
I can hear you now.
I was talking and all of a sudden my internet went down.
Oh no!
On my phone, but the TV internet is still working.
Damn technology!
I don't know what's going on. Well, I just got a new router, and he said I wouldn't have no problem. Well, if it happens again, I'm gonna have him come out and find out what's going on.
Hey, have him play with the
Shoot.
crocodiles in the bayou. Throw him out there, please. Yeah, then he'll learn how to reroute a router or fix it. I don't know if we lost Daniel. Daniel, you okay? I know you're on mute, but
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah.
you're okay. Okay,
How did
you're
that do
listening.
that?
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. So the MCU and DCEU and Dark Horse, and there was even someone who mentioned what was the name of the comic series that brought in the Watchmen and also the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? What was the name of that comic company or series that brought those two in?
DC. No, Image. Was it Image?
Yeah, Image.
Image.
Yeah,
Comics.
they got gobbled
Thank
up
you.
real quick.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
Everything
Yeah,
that
Image
Image
Comics.
did, you
I'd
can
say
basically
I think so.
credit to DC.
Yeah,
They're a subset
Yeah,
and
right.
have been for a very long time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
They could include Image
Yeah.
Comics. Well, yeah, I can hear you for sure, Jay. Yeah. They could include.
Yeah. I was
for-
wondering if
okay,
it went
for-
out
for
because the
me-
last time nobody was talking.
Oh wow, yeah. So it must have gone out.
Yeah.
For me, as far I'll go ahead and start it, and then we'll go around the table here. For me, I really liked the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I think it's because of Connery. I think he did a great job in that film. I really enjoyed him in that. As far as the Watchmen,
Yeah.
I'd say the actor who played Doctor, what was the blue guy's name?
Manhattan.
Dr. Manhattan. Thank you. Yes. So Dr. Manhattan, the guy that played Dr. Manhattan was great in that. And I don't know. Other than that, I mean, those were my two. Oh, and I think the other Image one wasn't that V for Vendetta? That was the one that had Natalie Portman in the film, and Hugo Weaving
Didn't see it.
as Vendetta.
I believe that was Image. I'm not entirely sure though.
Okay. Yeah. I can check
Yeah, it
that
was
later.
Natalie
Sure,
Portman
I
in,
think that was-
but I
and
don't know if
Hugo
it was
Weaving.
Image or not.
Yeah, it was Hugo Weaving was Vendetta. He was the guy that wore the mask. That was Hugo Weaving. I found that out. But yeah, that was good too, and I enjoyed that. And in fact, I loved watching the British Parliament building blow up. And that was my favorite scene. I wanted to see the Parliament destroyed, and it was. So I was like, cool. Even though some British people won't appreciate I said that, but oh well. Screw 'em.
I never read the comics or watched the movie of The Watchmen or V for Vendetta or the other one you said about Extraordinary Men. I never saw it.
Yeah, the League of Extraordinary.
Those weren't really comic runs; they were graphic novels for the most part.
Yeah, they're just graphic novels.
Okay.
Well, like back when we're to go back to Dark Horse for a moment. They mentioned the dark novels there. Like Sin City. Which Frank Miller did, and and those.
I saw the movie
from that. Yeah, Sin City. Yeah, that had.
It just wasn't my cup of tea. I didn't really like Sin City, but I went to watch it because of Bruce Willis and Jessica Alba. But
Alba.
I've never read any of the Dark Horse comics. I haven't read, like I said, I haven't read any comics since they canceled Star Trek on DC Comics.
It's more up to date than me.
We don't have a comic book store around here anymore.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have an
Most
old
places don't
comic
have one
book,
anymore.
place just down the street from us here. Yeah, most people don't have them. Ours was supposed to be just down the street from us. It's
I
just a
think
couple
we
blocks
I
away.
think we have one in
Very
West
old
Monroe.
shop
I'm
there.
thinking about going to check it. Yeah.
Yeah, check it out and see if it's still open.
But I don't
Daniel, do you have any comic
but I don't
stores
know
near
anything
you?
about Dark Horse.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Dark
yeah, I
Horse,
have
like,
comic book stores near me. Yeah,
it's a couple that are still open.
That's good.
yeah, I do.
Oh, cool.
But
Yeah,
wait, 1 second. I gotta go get the phone. The phone thing. 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, and like I said, I've got one that I know of that's just a couple blocks from us down here in Scarborough, Ontario. But other than that one, I'm not sure if there are others around. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure Suzanne could find them. So
I like
yeah,
the 80s. I think it was 70s or 80s. I was in the hospital with food poisoning, and my daddy brought me some comic books, and I really liked the one comic book he gave me. It was All Star Squadron.
All
I
Stars.
loved it.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say I'm not familiar with that All Star Squadron. What about you, Resolute? You ever
It
hear
was-
of it?
The name sounds familiar, but I don't really know anything about it.
Yeah. What did it contain?
It had Stargirl. I'm trying to think. The only one that really popped into me was Hawkman, Stargirl.
Hawkman. Okay.
I don't know if Uncle Sam was in it or not. I'm thinking that he may have been. But those two were the only ones I read. Kid Flash was in it. Kid Flash was in it. I remember that.
In it. Okay. Was it also well, you mentioned Hawkman, and I know I've seen Hawkman in some animated Super Friends series. Was it also, did it include Hawk Girl? Was she in there too? Or just Hawkman?
I'm not sure. No, I'm sorry. Hawk Girl was in it, I think, not Hawkman.
Oh, Hawk Girl, okay. Yeah, I remember Hawkman and Hawk Girl. Yeah. They always teamed up together. I do remember that.
My memory's a little phased because of it's been since what 40 years. But
okay.
yeah, that was a good movie. I mean, a good comic book. He gave me one of the Flash, gave me one of Wonder Woman. I didn't like either one. He gave me a Batman, which intrigued me, and a Green Lantern, and I was hooked. I love Green Lantern.
Yeah, I have to say, just want to quickly say, as in regards to the Flash, the only person I'm familiar playing Flash, Ezra Miller, and I hope that when Flash, the movie Flash, comes out and he plays Flash in 2020 or later on this year, that it does well. I hope it does well.
Isn't it already out? Coming out this past week?
Is it coming out soon? I don't know. I thought
It's supposed to come out
this week or next week.
Okay.
It's out this week or next week.
Okay. So we'll see. We'll see how the reviews go with Flash, and then because we really do want to see the last movie at the end of the month. So
a lot of the reviews. A lot of the reviews have been bad about Transformers, Rise of the Beast, and The Flash.
They have? Okay. Well,
yeah, there's some good and there's
Rise
some
of
bad.
The Beast that came out.
Yeah. There's half and half, good and bad, on Transformers, Rise of the Beast. But now, I don't know if I want to go see it Wednesday, because I was going to go see it on Wednesday. But after seeing some clips that some people have been putting on YouTube, some beloved characters are going to die, and I don't like it.
Oh, they're Optimus priming him again.
No,
He always.
it's not him. It's not him that's going to die.
They're not focusing on
It's
Primal.
going to be. He gets hurt, but I don't know if he dies. But it's a beloved character that everybody loves from the new Transformer movies that
Well, they're already
gets
off
killed.
Bumblebee.
Are you talking about Bumblebee?
So, they already offed him.
Yeah.
Oh, they did offer.
Spoilers, they're going to kill Bumblebee.
Okay.
I thought they
Yeah.
did that in the last one.
Yeah.
No, the last one, he rode off into the sunset with that little girl that found him. That's the last movie I saw of
That was the
Bumblebee.
Bumblebee movie. That was a prequel.
Yeah.
I thought in the one with the Dinobots, he got scrapped.
I thought he did.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, he's going to get scrapped again because after the, I don't know who the villain is in this movie, he kills him and he takes his Autobot symbol and puts it on his armor. And Optimus Prime says,
Wow.
B, and his lights goes out in his eyes.
Wow.
I could have sworn that was the last one.
That's crazy. Well, okay. I remember doing in the chat. Thank you. I remember the last Transformer movie I saw was Transformers: The Dark Side of the Moon. That was the last one I saw. That was it. And
Is that with Leonard Nimoy? Yeah, that's with Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dark Side of the Moon. That was Transformers.
It's good to have Leonard Nimoy back in Transformers movie after he did Transformers the movie as Galvatron.
Yes. So yeah, that was the last thing I saw. After that, I just wasn't interested in Transformers after that. So
yeah, that's the last one they ripped the storyline out of the show.
Yeah.
They've been unique ever since.
Right.
I wish we could get Rodimus Prime.
Yeah, I wish we could get the guy that. Well, they kept the same voice, right, for Optimus, didn't they? Until Peter
Cullen.
Yeah, Peter Cullen, right? And he's a great Optimus Prime voiceover. He definitely is.
He's giving great reviews for that movie, Peter Cullen, but somebody on a stream said that if you look at Peter Cullen in conventions talking about the new movies he's voiced over as Optimus Prime, he said the life is not in his face. That it's like he doesn't like those movies, but he loves talking about Transformers, the animated series.
Right.
You can see him light up.
Yeah, they just did a lot.
So,
didn't they just do a Las Vegas Comic-Con lately? Was that the last one, or was it L.A.?
I know they did in Arizona. Culture Casino went to Arizona.
Yeah, that was Phoenix.
I think it's Arizona.
Yeah, Phoenix Comic-Con. Yeah, I do know about that one. Yeah. But, okay, that must have been the last one they might have done then.
They're supposed to have been last week or 2 weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. No, last week. They said that there was a Dallas Comic-Con.
A Dallas Comic-Con.
Yeah.
That might have been held. That might have been held at the center where they have the Dallas Mavericks play. It might have been at their arena.
I would love to go to a Comic-Con or Star Trek convention. I've never been to either one, and I would love to go see one.
I was blessed, like I said, I told you, Jay, I was blessed to go to the Las Vegas Hilton. I went with a friend of mine. We went to see, this was just when DS9 was starting to become popular, and they had recreated Quartz Bar, and they recreated Quartz Bar inside it.
Star Trek experience.
The Star Trek experience, that's it. Yep, I went to see that.
Yeah.
That was, and I got to have a drink at Quartz Bar. Yeah, I thought, but Court didn't serve me. I had some human. I'm like, human? What's a human serving me beer for? And my buddy Larry laughed.
Where's the Ferengi?
Yeah, where's the Ferengi? Damn it! I want the Ferengi. Well. I just took what was given me, and I said, "Oh, fine. I'll take this beer. No problem." Yeah, that was kind of my
No,
whole
Cash.
attitude.
We only take gold press platinum here.
Yeah, well, he didn't even say that. I think he was an amateur bartender for the experience. He didn't even say Gold
No,
Press
it would have
Platinum.
been good if they did say
I
that.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. I said, well, okay, well, I left my Latinum in my car. Let me go get it. I'll go fetch that for you. Or if you have a transporter link, I'll beam it to your bar. Yeah, exactly. But that
It's
was fun. That was
amazing
a
that
great experience.
Quark says that gold is a useless uh, um, thing, but they use gold to coat the latinum. Ain't that weird?
Yeah,
But gold is
Gold is no
replicated.
longer useful anymore.
yeah. That's what they say is that it's gold plated, but the Latinum itself is supposed to be much more valuable, even if it didn't have a plate of gold on it. So yeah, it's supposed to be much more
Right.
valuable. Yeah,
Yeah. It's
but
because they can
yeah,
replicate gold, and the latinum is apparently one of the most complex molecules in their universe.
yeah. Well, I
Right.
remember that time. I remember that time travel episode where Quark ended up at was it Area 51,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the guy asked him, so what, how much are you worth? And he says, well, I can't tell you the Latinum, equivalent of how much I'm
What
worth.
kind of currency do you have?
Right.
Precious metals or anything? He said gold. He said gold is good. Now wait a minute. You just said gold was a worthless thing in a previous episode.
Yeah,
Now
right.
gold is good.
And now it's good.
Little Green
Why?
Men was beforehand.
Yeah, it was.
Right.
The
Oh,
worthless
okay.
gold thing
Okay.
is in later when Morn fakes his death.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the guy sitting at the bar, right, Morn?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
wish
faked
he
his
had
death.
talked.
Yeah, why didn't he say anything, Resolute? What was the deal with that? Do you
That's
know?
the
I
gimmick.
guess he couldn't talk with that mask. I guess his lips couldn't move.
But, yeah, they didn't make the lips really that movable for the mask, but the whole gimmick was he is the most gregarious, talkative person on the station, just not on camera.
Right.
Just not on camera.
And
Yeah.
they know
And he looked
his
like a
name.
man warmer.
Yeah, yeah, and his name is spelled backwards. Is Norm from Cheers?
That's right.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, if you rearrange
I never
the
knew that until they said that in a video.
yeah, Norm, right? Yeah, if you rearrange the O and the R, yep, he's Norm.
Norm.
Norm. We both said that at the same time. I used to get that a lot. I got to tell you this story. It's very funny. It's very true. I used to get this a lot. There was a place that I went to over in Scottsdale called Ernie's. It was called Ernie's Inn. It was a small restaurant and a bar. And I was one of the regulars, right? So every time I came in,
Uh,
they all said, Mikey, like Norm, and
sound
I would
like
sit at
Norm.
my same seat, yeah. And I would sit at my same seat at the bar. And they said, well, how's work today? And I said, it was good, but I'm here now. I'm ready to sing because we were doing karaoke. So I said, I'm ready to sing. I'm just here. And can you get me a beer? And,
Uh,
they got me a, Budweiser or Bud Light. I forget what I was drinking at mostly at the time because I had a lot of it. But then I realized that up here in
I
Canada,
miss
it's stronger. It's much stronger than what they serve down in the States.
right.
Yeah, so
I miss going to karaoke night.
Depends.
what's that?
The
Yeah.
the beers down here is okay as long as you stay away from Anheuser Busch.
Oh, I've never drank
There you
Busch
go.
beer. No. I lived
It's
in
not just the
Nevada.
Anheuser Busch and Budweiser. Everything they own is basically dish soap.
Yes, but I got to
I
tell you my
never drank
personal
beer.
reasons. Yeah, no, I got to tell you my personal reason for not drinking Busch is because I have a evil ex-wife who's back there in Colorado. So no. I won't touch anything from Colorado.
When I drank, I did not drink beer. Did not like any beer. It smelled like horse urine, and I didn't like it. The only thing I ever drank, Mikey, was whiskey and bourbon, and that's it.
I wish I could have got more hooked on bourbon. I would have liked bourbon. Whiskey was too hard for me, but I would have loved bourbon.
Bourbon and branch is great.
Yeah. The bourbon and branch water you're talking about?
Yeah. I like a little soda water in my bourbon.
Did Daniel, have you ever drank yourself? What was like your thing? Hell, we can talk about anything now. This is great. I love it. Yeah. What'd you feel, Daniel? Did you were you a drinker in your time, or Daniel? You must be.
I think he's still on the
show. I think he said he had to take a phone call.
Hey guys. Hey, sorry I had to drop off like that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Life
Daniel,
blew up in my face real quick.
All right.
How you doing, LDG? Welcome back.
Not better. What are you guys on now?
Yeah. Well, now it's a big open discussion. So, of anything really, I'm willing to go
open
another
lines,
hour.
nice.
Well, another 40, 50 minutes. Yeah.
So, anyways, as I was saying before, I don't know if anybody here reads Marvel comics, but does anybody here know who the Maestro is? The Maestro Hulk?
The Maestro Hulk?
No.
Yeah. Well,
I've heard of
he's
Maestro
a Hulk from an alternate.
He's
a Hulk. He's a Hulk from an alternate universe where everything is exactly the same. He has the same origin, the same everything. The only difference is General Ross went crazy after decades of hunting the Hulk. Yeah, General Ross went crazy and started World War III, and the whole planet was nuked. Yeah, so the whole planet was nuked, and everyone died, and Hulk was the only one left, right?
Oh, okay, so Daniel. I was saying that he's the Bruce Banner. He's the Bruce Banner from Earth 9200. That's the Maestro Hulk.
Yeah, so now
wasn't he a bad guy?
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
He is the tyrant
he is.
One, right?
Yeah, he was a Vision. Okay, I'm going to read this real quick. The Maestro first appeared as a Vision in The Incredible Hulk, Volume 2, number 401. He was the main antagonist in The Incredible Hulk, Future Imperfect, number 1 and 2, December 1992. And that was his first appearance. His real name is Dr. Robert Bruce Banner. And he's from Earth 9200. That's a version of the Hulk from an alternate future timeline. Approximately 100 years into the future, combining Banner's intelligence with his Hulk physique. So Maestro Hulk, yeah. He was a bad guy.
Yeah.
So they're saying that there's a rumor online that they want to bring back Eric Bana as the Maestro Hulk. They might say yeah.
I would accept that. Resolute, I think you would too.
It makes sense because like he comes like okay, I liked Hulk 2003, but it's considered to be a failed Hulk in a failed world, a failed universe. So they might want to go down that tragic dystopian way, like what they say, like General Ross went crazy and nuked the world to get the Hulk.
Like that. You know what? I would not want to bring Edward Norton back as Hulk. No way. Please do not bring him back.
Eric
Bana needs to do it. Now, if you told me that you could put Bana in there and then have Ruffalo play another form of a Hulk from another alternate timeline, I'd be cool with that too. But I really would like to see Bana come back. I really would.
I'm not sure if he's overly interested.
I know.
The last time, like I think it was last year when they asked him, would he come back for Secret Wars? I think it was a channel called Jake's Takes was interviewing Eric Bana, and he said, Eric Bana said, no, that's a role that was like a one and done thing. I never thought I would come back for a second one, but
That's
they
a
were
shame.
planning. They were planning for a second one, so he should have known.
Yes.
I think he just either he
It didn't do good at the theaters, and I didn't like Eric
Oh, it
Bana
did
as
horrible.
the whole.
like either he's saying the truth or maybe he's just covering up because maybe he is coming back for Secret Wars.
Maybe.
I would doubt it.
Yeah, no,
I
yeah.
doubt it.
Secret Wars,
I agree with
90% of that is going to be in that Nick Fury series.
Right.
There's
But
not
no,
going to be a
that's Secret
feature
Invasion.
film.
That's Secret Invasion.
Yeah, Secret Wars is going to be wrapped up into that. They're not going to, more than likely, don't have any big movie planned.
But when is
After the stuff they've already put on hold because they don't have, well, they have the writer's strike for one, and they don't have the development cash to keep things going.
Right. But
Right.
let me ask all four of you gentlemen this one question, okay? That's really still bothering me. What is the definitive date, if any, that Feige from the Marvel and the people over in DC, when are they thinking of doing their ultimate crossover? When are they going to plan that? I've heard so many rumors, and I just like
I hadn't heard
I
anything.
would love to see them work together. You know, I've heard so much stuff though. What do you think?
It's
guys?
officially planned for the day hell freezes over.
Really? Well, did you hear that, Satan? If hell freezes over, we're gonna make an MCU and DCEU crossover.
You know what crossover I'm looking for?
Yeah, possibly.
Good
It's
writers
gonna
and good
happen.
special effects.
What's
That'd be a nice
Thank you.
crossover. Yeah,
Yes.
good writers and good effects. That's all I want. Good
I
writing,
agree.
good
Yeah.
production. You cross those
Uh,
over. Like, give me that crossover.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, we have somebody here. Hold on. Oh no, sorry. Whoops. Sorry,
Hi again.
LDG.
Sorry, that
There was
wasn't
a
me.
part-
This is me. This is the real me.
Yeah, no, that was me. My fault. I saw
Got rid of
the
my
thing
clone.
tossed it. I had to correct it. Okay, I got rid of your clone. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know
Great.
why he was here. I hope he didn't embarrass me.
Oh no, he was fine. You're better. We have the better article, the better Kirk. So we'll keep you here.
Mm.
No clone Kirk. That's not much into the dark side of Kirk. I want to live. No.
Yeah, we got the real McCoy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Here's another one.
Now I'm the real me. What the hell are you talking about? Hey, you get out of here. I don't. What the hell? Get.
There's two of them. What the hell?
There we go. Oh.
Wow. I've never seen two LDGs in the same room. That's the first
All right.
time.
That's
Yeah,
That's
that's-
the first time.
that's lucky on your part.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine a
thank
room
you.
full of them.
Oh my God. No, that'd be just as bad as. That'd be
No,
just as bad as putting Kevin-
okay. All right.
That would be just as bad as putting Captain Infinity in here and telling him go F yourself and then cut him out. Not that I would do that. Not that I'm saying I would do that, but yeah, don't tempt
You would
me.
dream it.
Yeah, I could dream it. Sure I can.
Yeah.
I'm allowed. I'm the host. I'm allowed to take charge. Yeah. So anyway, let's see. Well, you guys can tell me what you're planning on as far as your. There you are, Daniel. Good to see you again. You guys can tell me what streams you got coming up or what you're thinking of doing in the next couple days. I'm just curious. I lurk a lot. I do a lot of that. I know I'd be there with Jeff Nerdy with Jay, tomorrow or
If I can get on.
Tonight.
or tonight. Yeah, sorry, 9:00. That's right. A couple hours from now. I was just looking at that. Yeah, so if you can get on, Jay, I want you to get on before me, okay? Because I don't know what it is. When I get on, I'm like I always seem to get like the worst, like possible answers, or to
Yeah.
start, and then everything like goes easier. Is that accurate? I don't know. It goes easier like the next
Sometimes
two
the
rounds
third one is easier, and sometimes the first round is easiest,
is the
like
easiest.
last week.
Yeah, like last week, right?
Now, the Tokyo said the second and third one to him was easier. But to me, I couldn't answer hardly any question on the second and third when I was watching it. I just,
I know,
it just
and I
wasn't.
feel bad. Right, brother. And I feel
Go
bad
ahead.
because for myself, I always like when I first went into it, and this is the 50th one, so they should be doing some sort of celebratory anniversary. This is their 50th Jet Nerdy that's going to be on later tonight. So they should do something
Oh, okay.
celebratory for all of us. I think they should. I don't know if John's doing that or not,
Pop
but
some champagne.
pop some champagne, have some fun, celebrate 50 of them. Yeah. Um, And and LDG, I would love for you to try that Jep Nerdy with us too, because I don't know, I don't think I've seen you there, but you did say you've heard it, listened to it or whatever. You should try it yourself also, because it's a lot of fun. It really is.
You might like it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I used to do
would.
the Jet Nerdies. It was before I knew you, but I just
Okay.
kept winning all the time, so I decided to give other people. No, I'm serious. Like I just owned, and well, it depends who I was up against. There's a few people that rocked me, like John DeMarco, but
Yeah, yeah.
um,
I wish
Oh,
that
Man,
yeah. John
Gorilla.
DeMarco
that
is
is
the
Vile
master.
Mike's version of it.
Yeah,
well,
I,
like,
I would.
everybody has their version of it. It's like it wasn't Vile, it was Salty, and when Salty, it was John DeMarco, and
Yeah.
Vile was
Well,
doing it.
yeah, and Resolute does a good job, and he's in there. Daniel's Hot Topics. Daniel, you should probably try it yourself. It's a lot of fun. They always do it on Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. So get a chance.
I'm going to try to get on Question of Trek
Try it.
tomorrow.
We put
I
up a
couldn't
lot
get
of
on there
funny. We
last
put up
week.
a lot of funny crap on there. But well, I told the other one I was going to quickly mention was the AQOT, A Question of Trek. Now, I was very happy they allowed me to do that one because, and I still lost. I mean, but it was fun because I got to do it with Zoe. So I was Zoe Robinson. So
Yeah.
we always have fun and we make a lot of
That's
laughs
my
and
girl.
we make people blow up, which is why what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be fun, but Naomi is like, whatever, or stop. And T Dowd is just,
I'm a,
he's
that,
hilarious.
it's very fun. It's very fun.
It is. And I was
But
going to tell you, Jay, please,
and I'm
Jay,
hoping I
try
can
out.
play Sunday because I love Star Trek Five: The Final Frontier.
You know what? Please page Naomi in Twitter or send a message to Brainy because it was Brainy who actually was able to have some pull and put me into that panel for Star Trek 4. So that was fun. But yeah, you should
Well,
definitely do
I
Final
don't.
Frontier.
Yeah.
I don't want to try to.
Well, just ask him personally, nicely, Jay, because I
Yeah.
want to see you do Final Frontier. I'm going to be in the chat for that one. I, I, I don't consider Final Frontier a very good film, and maybe I don't blame William Shatner. I think I blame the writers for that one. And I mean, why would you say, what does God have to do with a starship? And then you blast him, and then you blast Spock for asking the same thing? Lightning bolts, please? Okay, I understand. But yeah, no, I think you should do it, Jay. Really, really. Give it a try. See if you can get in there and ask him. Because I
Yeah.
would love to
Definitely
see you
ask.
complete.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
gone.
Oh, I lost Jay again. Yeah, I would love to see him compete in that one on Sunday. Yeah, that's at 4:30 Eastern.
It'd be good to have someone who likes the movie.
Yes.
Too many people hate that movie, but
yeah. Well,
if you really watch the series and then watch the movies,
yeah,
5 is the one that's most accurate to the series.
but can people consider it the worst? They consider 5 the worst.
Yeah, because the rest of the movies are all mostly, say, 2, 3, and 4 are all one tied together story. The series, each episode is pretty much its own thing, and any type of continuity is purely by accident.
Right.
And most of the plot lines get very convoluted.
Well,
just like in number 5.
Well, what do you think of 6, Resolute? The Undiscovered Country. What do you consider
Pretty
that?
good, but not as good as 5.
Okay.
5 was the best way to give the crew a send-off. But since it didn't do as well as they wanted, they decided to rush out number 6.
Right. Hi, Jay. Jay's back. There he is. Hi, Jay.
Jay's the circle of death.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I
don't know why my internet is doing what it's doing.
It's okay, Jay. You're allowed in here all the time. You're a respected brother, and I did remind you guys, right, that at the top of the chat we did put in the pinned post of Pop Culture Curator's website where you guys can contribute, whatever you can to help in his medical costs.
I'm on a limited income, so I can't.
He's
I'm sorry.
Moving to Tucson, Arizona, to be there hopefully with Bill and So, to get a better treatment.
Yeah.
They have a great hospital in Tucson, and I think that's where he should go and get his cyst and his other problem checked. And they'll treat him right there. They do. I have a buddy who went to UVA. His name's Frank Straka, and he recommended that hospital. That's where he went a few times. So yeah, I'd recommend.
Well, let's face it, he can get better care in the People's Republic than he can in California.
For sure. But he will get good care in Tucson. Like I said, they have a great hospital there, a couple actually. So yeah, he'll get some good care there. Yeah, if you're in that part of the state. Yeah.
I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm on a limited income.
Well, we're on a fixed income ourselves here in Canada, but luckily, if God forbid anything happens to me or Suzanne, we'll get instant care. That's the best part. So.
Well, instant in theory.
Well, it's not quite in theory. It's not okay. It's not like if I cut my foot off or something and rush in there and I get immediately taken care of and say, less than 5 minutes. I'm not going to say that, but I am saying that if something like that happened to me, I would get a form of instant care. I would be attended to. It just wouldn't be like Superman or something.
Yeah, but I've known too many people come down from Vancouver to Seattle to get stuff like cancer treatment or something even simple like a appendectomy.
Yeah, is that just because they don't believe in the health system there in Washington State? Is that what it is?
No, they're coming down here because they get put on an endless waiting list up in Vancouver.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, I assumed that most provinces. Thank you. I assumed that most provinces weren't the same, but I guess that's not true. I guess there's a lot of different instances, different examples. Vancouver, I didn't know was one of them, but okay. I appreciate you.
My friend used to live in Canada, and he moved to the United States and became an American just so he could get on the healthcare system because Canada he said they had a bad healthcare system because you were always on a waiting list.
Really? Did he say what province that related to, or just all of Canada?
He had cancer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Thank
I know
God
they're
he
a lot
beat it.
better. Yeah. Oh, thank God he did. Goodness, he did. No, I know that they treat people better here with that, with cancer.
Maybe it's different areas to where you have to be on a waiting list. I don't know.
Well, unfortunately, stage 4, so he was already terminal. There wasn't much they could do, but they did keep him comforted the best they could.
I could barely understand my friend because he spoke French and he had a French accent.
Too malignant to be fixed. But I'm sure that other
So he's from
yeah,
Quebec.
but I'm sure that other people
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, well, that's where he was originally from, was Montreal, Quebec. So, but he died here in Toronto. So, you know. Well, I there's nothing. There wasn't much they could do. It's like I said, it was already progressed too far, and he was just, he waited too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would.
I wish
suck.
they find a cure for all cancers.
I wish they would too. My mother actually suffered in Arizona. One of their worst cancers is melanoma, skin cancer. That's one of their worst cancers.
Thankfully, none of my family's ever had it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
My
pretty
dad
bad.
died of renal kidney failure. My mother was severe COPD.
Oh no! Wow.
And my grandparents just old age, and my two aunts practically the same thing, except one of them had what is that thing she had? I can never remember it.
Well,
shoot.
maybe you just repress that in your memory, Jay. It's okay.
Yeah. It's a weird disease. It's a weird disease. It affects her lungs, and also she has something to do with her skin. I just can't remember what it's called, but she had a tough time. Well, she lived on a farm, and when her husband had to hire a crop duster, she had to go to another to their house. Yeah, she had to go to their house in Farmville, so she couldn't take the crop dusting. I don't know if it starts with an F or what.
Not sure.
I can't.
I'm not
hate that I can't think of it. Yeah.
Well, you might come across it some other time. If you do, let me know. Yeah, in private chat or something.
But none of my family's had cancer, thank God.
Right. So, let's see. One last thing I was going to ask. Oh, okay. So, since you gentlemen are here, and I just want to see if you can really think about this for a moment. You're aware of all the superpowers that pretty much every superhero or superheroine has. If you had one superpower, think about it really seriously for a minute or so. Think about it. What would be your superpower if you were given anything, like granted by God or whoever? What superpower would you want to have? What would you want to have? And we'll start with Jay. Well, okay, we'll start with Jay, and then we'll go to LDG.
Well,
Daniel.
I don't know if I can pick one. I think I would like to be Superman or Shazam, and they would take care of the world's problems.
Sounds good. What about you, LDG? What do you think?
Sorry, I'm thinking about what? I'm sorry?
I was just going to ask, if you wanted one superhero power, what would you want? Which one would you take? A superhero power. If you had one for yourself.
I don't know, the Reality Stone. Does that count?
Yeah, sure. It's in the Avengers. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll take the Reality Stone.
Okay. Now, does that bend reality? Is that how that works?
I believe it manipulates, creates, and destroys reality.
It does. So it bends it too. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
like I could live in my own bubble where life is absolutely perfect, and you know, a $1 hot dog turns into a, you know, lobster. You know.
Right.
A $1
You know?
lobster. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I buy a
you can
Pinto
trade
and
from
it turns
refrigerators.
into a Ferrari. Yeah.
Nice. Resolute Germ, my brother. Okay, tell me, what one
Yeah.
superpower would you want to have?
Give me the powers of Batman.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what superpower he has, but there's
He didn't
for
have
some
any.
reason
He
gods
was just
freaking
smart
fear him.
and strong.
Yeah.
He was smart and strong and had. He was a genius of martial arts.
Yes, it was. Oh, and his
Yeah.
back gadgets. You could probably go with
Yeah.
the back gadgets. I could see
Yeah,
you wear
and
a
his
belt
back
of that.
gadgets.
Yeah, I could see you wear a belt
Yeah.
of that Resolute. I seriously could.
Yeah, but
I just
whatever
don't know what
combination made it so that that dark side Superman and every other godlike being in the DC universe
Yes.
was very, very wary of him.
Oh,
Yeah. How in the heck
yeah,
did
I
Batman
know what you're
survive?
talking about.
Yeah. How did especially against Doomsday, when Doomsday supposedly killed Superman in the Dawn of Justice movie? I'm like, excuse me, how did Batman survive? Hello, you know, you would think he's the
He always
weakest.
got out of traps.
He did, but you would think he's the weakest one, but yet he survives these
Nope.
things. Oh man, that's crazy.
Superman actually said I think it was in a comic or an animated movie that Batman was the baddest uh, of the DC
Universe.
the Justice League. He was the one to really fear.
Right.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
has,
because he knew how to kill
Superman,
every last
Wonder
one of them.
the
that's
Green
true.
Lantern Corps all express extraordinary uneasiness of Batman and his associates because they're all hyper intelligent
Yes.
and pretty much all
Right.
sociopathic.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
That's
when
a
he
good
made
one.
them the
Batman.
sidekick, it came with 150 IQ points
Okay.
and
Yeah,
complete
Daniel,
lack of
it's
empathy.
your turn. If you were given a superhero power, Daniel.
Well, I'd like to be. Me too. I would like the Reality Stone. I would like to just create my own reality. You know, just fix things that went wrong.
Wow. So
Yeah.
we got 2 votes for the Reality Stone. That's impressive. Yeah, you know, we should do a stream. I don't know, has the stream already been done about the Infinity Stones? I'm trying to pronounce that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure we
We
have.
always do another. Doesn't
Well,
matter.
we can. That's true.
Do it again.
Yeah, we can do it again. Absolutely. That sounds like a great choice. Infinity Stones. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Yeah, that's a great choice, Daniel. So we got 2. Okay, so we got 2 votes on Reality Stone from Avengers with Thanos, and then we got
And Batman.
and Batman. Yeah, 2 Batmans.
Yeah.
You know what? For me,
What about
you know
Mercer?
what? Oh, Mercer. You know what? Is Mercer
Not here.
No, I don't see him.
I don't think he's there.
Mercer might come up with.
Well, who is it? Germ?
Germ.
Did you
Yeah.
do Germ?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked him.
Oh, okay.
He wanted Batman. He
Oh,
wanted Batman.
I'm seeing double, I guess. I thought there was another person in the chat.
Oh no! As far as like I said, as far as I know, you, Jay, and Resolute both went with Batman, and both Daniel and LDG went with the Reality Stone from Thanos for the event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one, and if I had to pick just one, I think I like Green Lantern the best.
Green Lantern. Okay. Yeah, but make sure you're not Ryan Reynolds.
Mm.
Yeah.
As Green Lantern.
Be sure to charge that ring every 24 hours.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my God. Sorry, I know he's a great Canadian actor, but still, yeah, bad choice with the.
I like the Green Lantern movie. I don't know why people hated it.
I didn't hate
What's
it.
yours, Mikey?
Mine, okay. Uh, I, it's close, but I have to go back with Spider Man. I was a typical nerd in
Yeah.
school. I got picked on. You know what? I would have given anything for a radioactive spider to bite me when I was a nerd and getting picked on at any time in my school life, all the way up to even when I graduated from high school. I was still picked on to some degree, and even in college.
Me too.
I would have, yep, I would have loved to have been bitten by that radioactive spider and become Spider Man. I don't think I would have crawled, been a wall crawler or anything like that. I would have loved to shoot
Webhead.
the web head. Yeah, I would have loved to shoot the web things from my wrist and things, and of course the
Well,
super.
remember when that building fell on him, all that metal and everything, and he was trapped, and he started thinking about Aunt May and I think it was Mary Jane, and he just pulled everything off of him. He was super strong.
He was. He had extra strength. Well, you remember you remember in the first one with Tobey Maguire, I really thought that the lady, I wish I could remember that actress's name, but she was the one that was pointing out what these super spiders were doing. They could lift 10 times their weight.
Yeah.
All this other stuff that she was talking about, and I thought, wow, if I were bitten, I would love to have those powers. But like I said, I don't know. I don't have a fear of heights, like Toby did initially, I guess, in it,
Oh, I do.
which I admired because he got over that fear. But
Yeah.
yeah, no, and I wouldn't mind climbing a wall or two, but I think I think I'd be better off having my intelligence, having my strength, and having those web shooters. And I could go with that. I'd be perfect for that. So for me, it'd be Spider Man.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Because he really doesn't have a weakness other than if he gets, you know, cut in half by something, or yeah, even that. I mean, it's almost like he's immortal, but he's not. But then if you cut off his head,
Oh.
you know for sure he's going to die, or cut him in half, or something like that. And he's able to avoid that with the Sixth Sense, and I love the Sixth Sense, his spider sense.
Yeah.
That's cool too.
Spider-Man's
so, yeah,
biggest weakness. It does come
What's-
with extreme emotional instability.
Yeah.
Right.
He was a bit of a nervous wreck before, then the spider powers just made him
And
a
it
complete
amplified.
emotional wreck.
More.
Right, it
Yeah.
amplified his depression, yeah, or the fact that he was anxious, a lot of anxiety. I know, and it becomes, and like I say, I know it came with him, it came with the territory. So if I had to become Spider
Yeah.
Man, I know that would be coming. I know it. The best way find out is to become that way, and then if I could handle it.
Yeah.
I know
Mikey, I'm gonna
I
have
would handle
to
it better than
go off
Toby
and
would.
charge my
I definitely
phone.
know I
I'm
would
down
handle
to
it equally.
I'm down to
Oh,
only
sorry.
20% battery power, so I need to charge my battery on my phone so I can play Jeopardy. It was good. I enjoyed it, and I will catch y'all later.
All right, Jay. Well,
Take it easy.
I appreciate you so much for coming,
Later,
my
Jay.
brother. You get there.
Hey, later.
Take it easy, brother. Yep. Later, Jay. Yeah. So, like I said, so we had 2 Batmans and 2 Reality Stones, and I went with Spider Man. So, Tom Holland, maybe I deserve a bit of your royalties if I went with you. Call me. I'm in Canada. Give me a ring. I'll take some of your royalties. Man. Well, I'll tell you, guys, this was absolutely fun.
Well,
and-
one
yeah.
second. Kiko just got
What?
Coco
I'm
just
sorry.
got home. 1 second. Maybe he wants to come and say hi. 1 second.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, Coco. Yeah. Oh, Kiko. Yeah, Coco. Right. Yeah. So as I was saying, yeah, I'd love to see him. Uh, the the stream, like I said, we went with a plan, or I went with a plan to go MCU and DCEU and Dark Horse, but it did evolve into a much more expanded discussion, and in fact, I really do enjoy open discussions. So I think we should do. I think that I should go ahead and do an open panel discussion the next time, so we can talk about a lot of different things. I think it's very cool to get your opinions out there, and
Hold on,
put
I'm
in your
talking.
worth. And I know LDG is always listening, which I
Wait,
appreciate. And
hello.
definitely free the
Yeah.
sheep.
To
I
what?
agree with you. Free the sheep. And I asked Daniel. I hope he changes his. I feel horrible.
Mm.
Yes, it's more better that way. Oh, hey Coco, how are you
Mhm.
doing?
You're so cute.
Hey, Coco.
Hey
Mhm.
Coco.
You just
Look
got
who it
Oh man,
is.
stinks. Of course he
yeah.
Mhm.
Daniel, you with Coco and Mercer with Normal, they make our day. They both do. They do. They make our day. Normal's his cat, and they're both fun. It's both fun to see Coco and Normal. It really is. It's a lot of
So,
fun.
and anyway, you know what? Some guy had this theory online that they said Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man and Eric Bana's Hulk exists in the same Earth, which I'm like, no, it can't be because they're both made by different companies, right? Sony made Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, and Universal made Eric Bana's Hulk.
That's true. Those were two different film companies. Yes.
Yeah, they're two different film companies, so they're two different Earths, right? So yeah.
Well, that's
Not
the
necessarily.
understanding. Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Resolute. Tell him. Go ahead.
It really, if it's portrayed in the MCU, it could be mixed and matched however they want.
Yeah, they could go with any film
Because,
company at that point.
yeah,
But now
it
you
won't
make
necessarily be from the main MCU universe,
sure.
but if they're licensing it to use in the MCU, as long as their negotiations doesn't strictly prohibit it from being part of the same universe, they can take that Hulk and throw it in with Tobey Maguire, throw it in with Venom, throw it in with anybody.
Venom. Right. Yeah. No, that's a good point. But well, like I said, or no, I'm sorry. What Daniel said was that is a good point. Is even though you have these different film companies, writers, so forth, but what we're talking about too is that the fact that it could be possible that Banner's Hulk and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man could live in the same Earth verse. But then now that we got this thing going on with the multiverse, it's going to throw a whole lot of things into chaos. It really is. Uh, you know, having different multiverses like that.
Yeah, they tried to do an intercompany crossover back in the early 2000s. I remember hearing that, and when I was in grade 10 cooking class, I remember in 2002 they were talking about, have like 2002 they were talking about having an intercompany crossover between the Fox X-Men and all the other like Spider-Man and
I heard those rumors too. Yes,
but it never worked out. It never worked out because the companies can't agree on anything. They don't like each other.
That's absolutely true. Well, and I'm finding out even more now why Kevin Feige has a bit of a connection fit with the DC universe. He says that none of those superheroes. I heard him quote one time where he said none of these superheroes from DC could even match what we put out there as far as material and background on our uh, Marvel characters. And I don't
He doesn't know what
necessarily.
he's talking about.
That's what I mean.
Kevin
I don't
Feige isn't
agree
a
with that.
comic book guy.
Yeah, he isn't, and I agree with that. And what you just said, Resolute, I agree with that. So I'm thinking, well, God, what does it take to get two bitter rivals? I mean, these guys have been going at it. Well, it's like I said, Marvel's been going at it since 1939, but DC is 2 years ahead of them, 1937 when they started. So these guys have been going rivals the whole time. Even Stan Lee himself said that they were rivals. He
Really?
said it himself.
I thought Marvel started in the 60s.
No. We're talking about the comics. I went all the way back to research, and the comics were 1939 for Marvel and 1937 for DC.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Is that the actual company or their base components?
Yeah. It wasn't until 1961 that Stanley and those guys started writing their comics, 70s series and TV series and that sort of thing. And then the Hulk, Bill Bixby and Ferrigno. DC Comics only started a new logo. Well, they had a first good logo when they first started in 1937. Then they had the Superman comic that came out because he basically started them. And then around 1977, they changed everything. So when you had Superman come out in 1978, that was the next step of DC Comics and their progression is where Superman 1978 started it off. And then they went to 2016 where they changed their logo again and called themselves DC Entertainment. So, and I mean, Dark Horse started really late. They were 1986. So I can understand why a lot of people didn't really relate to them, other than the certain ones we mentioned.
They had to fight through basically the duopoly.
Yes.
Because DC and Marvel had spent the last 30 or 40 years just gobbling up everyone else.
You're absolutely right on that. They cornered the market. In fact, the last time I checked, I believe that DC and Marvel alone control 80% or more of all the intellectual property rights, and of course that includes Disney because Disney owns Marvel. So they own, both of them together own more than 80%. And Dark Horse is probably a low 5% maybe, and the others are all down to their 1%, where they grab 1% of the population.
Yeah, the indie comics. I think the biggest actual independent comics right now is Variant.
Variant, yeah.
Because Dark Horse and Image are both either partnered with or subsidiaries of the two larger ones.
Of each other?
No. They're either partnered with DC or Marvel or outright subsidiaries. Or were at one point.
Yeah, is that the avatar you have, LDG, of Dr. Manhattan?
That
I'm muted.
AI
what about Dr. Manhattan?
Is that Dr. Manhattan on your avatar?
Oh, no, that's Atlas trying to deduce how he's going to hold up the internet.
Oh. Atlas. Wow, cool. Yeah, that's a cool avatar. And Daniel obviously can handle the Vulcan salute better than I can. I'm terrible at that. I can't do that well. I had to literally fix my hand to do it. Yeah. I'll show it at the end when we stop the stream before we stop. So it's so right now, I guess let's just kind of go back real quick. So according to the rumors, we know there's going to be a Deadpool 3. We know that. Flash is going to come out before the end of this month, and a lot of people are not happy with the Flash. But I would like to see Michael Keaton as Batman again. So, my wife and I would probably go see it. Yeah, we'd probably go see it eventually. But the first one we want to see is Indiana Jones 5, which a lot of people are probably not liking either. But that's okay because I want to see the last one. I own the first 4. Well, 3 and the one that I don't really want to count too much. The Crystal Skull. No, I don't want to count that too much. But it's fun to watch. Yeah, just the same.
The sad thing is that Mutt Williams, he's not going to be in the 5th movie. They're gonna say, rumor is they're gonna say that he died in Vietnam because the Vietnam War is going on in the 60s.
That makes sense, yeah, because this is supposed to be 1969,
69.
right? 69 before the launch of Apollo 13. or excuse me, Apollo 11.
Apollo
not the-
11.
yeah, Apollo 11.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They had to write Mud up off
Yeah.
somehow because guy went a little crazy.
but did they ever?
I think
In
Apollo
my
13 was in the
indies,
70s.
yeah, but Daniel, in my indie series I did they ever still explain what's going to happen with Marion? Because she's they got married in the fourth one. So what happens to Marion? Excuse me, what happens to Marion in the fifth one then?
Oh, because Mutt died in Vietnam. I guess they broke up because they couldn't take it.
Because of his death.
Yeah,
Is
because
that
I heard like, a lot of families broke up because their sons died in Vietnam. So a lot of families
Okay.
broke up during that time.
Okay, so is that still a rumor, or is that what they're thinking is going to be shown?
I think it's 95% accurate.
Okay. Well, that would make a lot of sense if you don't bring Shia LaBeouf back. That's okay. You don't have
Yeah,
to.
they're doing this because Crystal Skull was not very well received, and they're doing it for that.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's just like, look, I didn't think Crystal Skull was the best Indiana Jones, but I didn't think it was the worst either. Right? It wasn't the worst either. I mean, my favorite. Okay,
Right.
this is
Well,
how
it wasn't the worst, but not the best for me.
Yeah, this is how.
Now let me just kind of okay. Crystal Skull had cool effects. I don't mind that it was aliens because I think it had cool effects. But as far as the plot, as far as the storyline itself went, I don't know. I guess they felt they had to have Russians because they had already dealt with the Nazis on two different films and a dark thuggy cult in one. So so I guess they had to go to with the Russians.
I mean,
But
this is how I would rank the Indiana Jones movies.
Yeah.
So okay, Temple of Doom for me would be number one because I love just Temple of Doom. The way it was made was so good.
it's very
And
dark.
Temple of Doom, number one. Number two would be Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Of course.
Number three would be, of course, number three would be Last Crusade. And then four would be Crystal Skull.
Right. And that sounds about accurate with me. The only thing I would do is I would just go with the way I viewed it, because we all know that Temple of Doom chronologically was the first, but they decided to make the prequel after the original Raiders. So for me, I would have just gone exactly in the row it went: Raiders, Temple, Crusade, and then Crystal Skull. That's how I would have gone. And if you want to throw the young Indiana Jones in there too, I said that'd probably go right around where the Crusade one did.
Yeah, I never watched the young Indiana Jones. They were selling it one time at my local. You ever go to Giant Tiger?
No, I've never been to Giant Tiger, sir.
Well, okay, it's a nice store full of awesome deals all the time, and I went to the DVD section and I saw the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles DVD set.
Right.
But I didn't want to buy it. I mean, I wanted to buy it, but at the same time, I didn't want to buy it. It was kind of confusing. I was torn between it, so I didn't buy it. But
it's okay. You know what? You can actually find. This is true, I believe. You can find Young Indiana Jones episodes now on YouTube, and so far, yes.
Yeah.
And so far with Sean Patrick Flannery, and so far, I've only been able to find 3 worthy episodes, and I still want to find the one that Harrison Ford made a surprise appearance when he was in Chicago, and he said he dealt with the great Al Capone. And he was playing a saxophone or something.
Well,
that one I want to find.
Harrison Ford was in that?
Yeah, he was in one episode where he appeared and told a story that he met up with Al Capone. And it was just a cameo for Harrison Ford. But yeah, it was good. I liked that episode. But I had only seen it once. And
was he Indiana Jones?
Yeah, he was Indiana. He was an older Indiana Jones, and they were asking, and somebody interviewed him, and he said, "Well, one of my favorite experiences was I was in Chicago back in such and such a time with Al Capone, and and all that stuff with the gangsters and
Yeah, and then I think at the end of the show, they showed an old, a really elderly Indiana Jones in the '90s, and he lost his eye or something. He was at a school in the '90s.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, it's so nice. He made it to the '90s. A
Yeah,
lot
he
of
made it
people
to the
say
90s.
He made it
Yes.
that far because he drank from the fountain.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
And
no, that's.
a lot
I
of
hope I can
people,
find that. I hope I
a
can
lot
find
of people complain. They're like, oh, okay. For example, people say, like in Crystal Skull, there was no way Indiana Jones could have survived that nuclear blast, even if he went into the fridge. There was no way. And I'm like, no, the fridge shielded him from the radiation.
it. It
And,
did.
because it was covered in lead. And they were like,
It-
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The force of the explosion would have killed him anyways. By the time he landed, he would have been jelly.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing had a difficulty with the fact that he was in a lead. Well, not the fact that he was in a lead, refrigerator. That didn't bother me. The fact that he was able to go through all those tosses and turning of it, and so close to the blast zone, and and then still surviving with all that radiation. So he got a mere shower. I mean, no, I think he would have suffered a lot more than just being able to go to back to Area 51 and get a shower done.
You're forgetting it was packed with spam.
Not all packed though.
No, I'm joking. That's a joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he threw all that stuff out. It was only him.
Yeah, the radiation would have. Yeah, he was right in the middle. He was right in the middle of that blast. He would have gotten the lion's share of that radiation on him. But I don't know. I mean, well, you know what? I just say this. He survived because of two things: the lead he was covered in lead with the fridge.
Yeah.
And also because he drank from the fountain of youth. I guess that strengthened his immune. I don't know.
Resolve.
Yeah.
You mean from Last Crusade when he drank from the cup of Christ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else would have been dead.
Okay. Now I have a continuity error that must have occurred when he drank from the cup of Christ, and and then he went back to his father, to Sean, and he gives the cup of Christ to Sean. He drinks from it. Now, why does Sean Connery, as his dad, in Crystal Skull, why does he say first I lost, Marcus, or first I lost Dad, then I lost Marcus? So
yeah,
that's right.
Because it gave him his life back. It didn't give him eternal life.
Eternal life. If that was
okay. Yeah, that was out the window because he had gotten shot, and instead of getting the huge boost, he basically got a reset.
He got a reset.
Yeah.
So
also, they wanted Sean Connery to come back. They asked Sean Connery to come back. He would have been in there. He would have made a cameo, but then he said no. He kept on saying retirement's too much fun.
Okay.
Well, especially the way he lived retirement.
Yeah, well, that's the best way to retire you is to kill you. Hell, that's what they did to Daniel Craig at the end of No Time to Die. I'm retiring.
No, I mean Sean Connery's actual retirement.
Yeah.
He lived better than Hugh freaking Hefner.
He did. I agree. Yeah, and it's a shame that he's gone. I miss him. I do. I miss him.
I miss Hugh Hefner too.
He would go a little bit
longer. Hugh Hefner too? Yes, LDG, yes. That means you can't have any of the Playmates. He's dead, so you can't go anywhere near the Playmates. Including Miss Madison. You know who I'm talking about. Holly Madison.
You wouldn't want to be Hugh Hefner. He was in horrible, horrible debt at the end.
Yeah.
Those Playboy mansions are foreclosed on.
Yeah, well. Not Nightlight. Did you ever see any of those episodes, Nighttime with Hugh Hefner or with the Playboy Mansion? I remember just seeing maybe one or two of those things. I thought they were really bizarre. Because it was TV, right? Early television, so you couldn't.
You couldn't do any naughty
stuff, in the Playboy Mansion. But still, you had all your stars there and Hefner and you know. You should look for those LDG.
Oh,
What was that, Resolute? You went robotic. Is that my fault or
I wasn't
no?
saying
You went
anything.
robotic.
No, I
Yeah,
said.
now I can hear you. Oh, Daniel, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you think the
Sorry about
rumors
that.
are true?
Go ahead.
Hugh Hefner was always with those Playboy bunnies, right? That he would always like.
Well,
I
the
think he lived with
three.
them or something. Do you think the
Yes.
rumors are
Well, he
true
lived
that he
with three of
actually
them.
what?
He lived with three of them.
what was
If
that?
you remember
No.
the song "Beverly Hills" by Weezer, yeah, he lived with those three.
Yeah. Do you think the rumors are true and they actually, like had relations together?
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
He
He had money. He can afford the best Viagra amped up to 1,000.
Yeah,
Even one
I
of the
could totally
reasons
see
his
that.
company is belly up at the moment.
I heard. Oh, I gotta laugh at that. No. I heard this rumor. Okay, I don't know if it was true or not, but I heard that his underground grotto that he had down there, where you could like swim, and up to a bar, underground bar, or whatever, the grotto down there. I think that's where he had his backup supply of Viagra. I'm pretty sure he had it stored away somewhere.
I think he had a gland installed that just always produces Viagra in his system.
It is his whole DNA. That's probably true.
Yeah,
It wouldn't
a
surprise me.
Viagra gland.
A Viagra.
I mean, that's how you would survive.
Oh, man.
I mean, death by snoo. I mean,
Well, and he never. Oh, you know what? He was actually probably one of the first of his kind to not contract AIDS, even though he was the head of Playboy Incorporated. He never contracted the disease, did he? That I was aware of.
not that's publicly known.
Yeah, I don't think he ever did.
He's
Now,
very selective with his playmates.
Yes, he
Yeah,
was.
too.
I agree. But I wanted to tell. Well, if I ever see Gorilla again, I wanted to tell him to look it up and see if they do the nighttime at the Playboy Mansion, uh, TV series. It was a small TV series, just a couple episodes. But if they show it on YouTube somewhere, and you know how Gorilla is with that T and A words, yeah, he could go check it out. He just won't see them naked, but he could go check it out. Let him do that. It's out there. I know they exist. So,
He'll be stuck in a Beavis and Butthead loop.
Oh, he would? Okay. Yeah, probably the Beavis and Butthead Do America one. That was supposed to have Demi Moore as a voiceover in that. Yeah, bizarre. Yeah.
I never liked Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my friends, I hate to say it, it is closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here is what the group says, Semisonic, I believe. Yeah. So anyway, let's hear from all three of you gentlemen. Daniel, have you got any other projects coming up? Let me know. Go ahead.
Oh no, I don't have anything.
Okay. Resolute, do you have your next stream coming up?
Yeah, I'll be continuing the Secrets of the Mogwai on Tuesday. And if I don't have to work, I'll be doing the Extreme Dinosaurs next Saturday.
Yeah, were you guys doing the on Sunday still? You're doing the about the man who Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. You doing that?
Yeah, Gorilla should be doing that tomorrow. Yeah, it should be tomorrow.
8 o'clock. Yeah. So if you
8
guys
o'clock your
haven't
time
been
now.
to their the watch party, yeah. So if you guys haven't been to the watch party, yeah. So I'm just gonna say, if you haven't been to their watch party, please. It's a lot of fun. We want more people to be there to laugh along with us and stuff. And I love going there because I love to give my views on that, and especially the indie stuff. And of course, Gorillas, who's never seen it. Uh, do we pick on him, Resolute? Do we? I don't know. Do we?
Yes, and he deserves it for being so uneducated.
Yeah, but he takes it all in fun. It's okay. So yeah, if you guys check it out, we'll also be doing that the stream tomorrow on Raiders of the Lost Ark. It's their watch party. I believe it starts at 8, right? Yeah, 8 p.m. Lots of fun. And LDG, I know you got your free the net / underground.
Nope.
Where
You
people
can find me
hang
in the
out
underground.
and see Yvette and some other people.
Absolutely.
It's very cool. I love to hang out there myself sometimes. And
Appreciate
yeah.
just me and Tim right now.
And I know that
And
you do other streams. Is there any other group stream you're doing besides the other?
not currently. I stream randomly
What's
and
your
then I
next one that
delete
you're
the
planning?
streams. I don't plan them. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So like when you get the notification, that's the time to come check it out. Did an
always
open
wanna
panel
check it
today
out
for
for
4.5
all of you
hours.
guys. Yeah.
Yep.
I always like to check things out like that. I didn't really. I am so sorry that I went this far, but I'm not going to apologize because it was fun. It was fun, and I,
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
know, yeah. So that's all that matters is when these are fun like this, and a lot of active discussion and very intelligent discussion. That's what I love, being able to do stuff like that. And Daniel, did I already ask you? Was there anything you were doing yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. So I covered everybody. And we saw Coco. Thank you, Coco, for making your cameo appearance on my stream. Thank you so much. All right. So let's finish this out. As for everyone here today, LDG, Daniel's Hot Topics, Resolute Germ, my buddy Gorilla's Random Thoughts, Lemon Pie, thank you so much again for being here. You're such a trooper. My buddy Trusty Ape, who was also Daniel. Don't forget, my wife was here a couple times, so thank you so much, my beautiful wife Suzanne, for making us laugh a couple times today. Um, Also, I want to thank uh, pop culture curator for inspiring a lot of us to do these streams that maybe some other times we probably would never do because maybe we're too afraid to do them or too afraid to say anything. But I know he was one of my inspirations, and I love him. He's a great brother, and I hope he does get to Tucson so that he gets the care he needs and some decent residency. So we'll all hope for that for Pop. And of course, if anybody does see this live, it will be in live chat replay. So if anybody wants to donate to his site, it'll be linked at the very top. It'll be in the pinned post there. So please go and do that for him. And let's see, I think, oh, yes, and then our brand new guy, Rexverse Entertainment Incorporated. Thank you so much, Rexverse, for coming in, introducing yourself, and for contributing to the chat. And then there was one more, Tanya. Uh, oh my God, I need my glasses. I'm so bad. Tanya Osved. Thank you, Tanya Osved, for introducing yourself as well and for coming to our chat today. I believe I have covered everyone. Yep, we're all covered. So, for myself, for Daniel's Hot Topics, for LDG, and for Resolute Germ, stay safe out there. Be kind to everyone, and take care. And hopefully, we'll get to do another stream at another time. Goodbye, everyone.
Night, everybody.
Bye.
Take it easy.